Right, please rise as you're able.
Recording in
for the Pledge of
progress.
Yeah, that way I can do the flag.
Yeah, as long as you're comfortable.
Yeah. Yell it.
It's really this is all.
Yeah, that's fine. Welcome everyone to our October 16th City Council meeting. A few notes before we get started. Just a note that we are here in person, but we still do have members of the public and members of staff joining virtually. So know that I'm toggling back and forth between my Zoom screen and those of you here in person. And a reminder that we take breaks every 90 to 120 minutes. We will be taking a break for sure between items G4 and G5 tonight. As always, we start every meeting with our open comment period. Just a note to my colleagues, we have 21 people signed up for open comment. So I am curious how you would like to proceed. Perhaps you can consider that as we get started. I will go through a few rules of open comment before we dive in. So this is an opportunity for anyone from the public who would like to speak on items we are not taking public testimony later in the agenda. Each person has up to 4 minutes to speak for a total of 20 minutes. And I will be keeping track of time through a couple different ways on the wall clock as well as the stoplight. So if I do need to cut you off, please know that it's just making sure that we want to give everyone a chance to speak with the limited time. And I request that you keep your comments concise. If there are others that are making comments about similar topics, please do recognize that and try not to be redundant in your comments. Are people having trouble with volume?
I want to leave it somewhere. Do you leave it here?
All right, so as always, we do welcome your comments and concerns about city issues, but please do be respectful. Your comments are to be directed as me as council president. And we do not respond to your comments during open comment, but you can make sure that our city clerk has your information if your item requires any follow-up. And the clerk has stepped out for a second, but if you have any handout materials, please do give those to her. Will be invited to speak in the order that you've signed up. I'll alternate if there are those joining virtually. I'm sorry, I'm getting an echo. Is somebody? Okay. All right, so if you're joining virtually, I will ask our clerk to indicate that you are in the queue. You use the raise hand function in Zoom or press *9.
It's really rare.
All right, well, we will go ahead and get started. And just a note for those of you that spoke at our initial October meeting, you will not be called on tonight to speak. So we'll start with Bruce Buller. Please come on up, introduce yourself, and you have 4 minutes, but please do keep it concise.
Thank you, Bruce Buller. I live at the Homestead, 55th and 18th. That's easier than 1900 Ballington Boulevard, Unit 114. That has to be on the process. I want to speak in favor of a person to work for the city in climate control. We had a dry summer. I'm not sure it was because of climate, but it was dry. We smelled the smoke from Canada. I don't know what we knew about Canada, but if you rework the budget, put someone on to work for the federal money that's available for climate control, I'd be grateful. And there are a number of us here who will speak to that this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, is there anyone joining virtually?
So between Brooke and speaker problem?
All right, Michael
Yeah,
LaPlante.
feel free to take that away.
Okay, I didn't know what to do.
Michael LaPlante.
Michael LaPlante. I live at 1143 3.5 Street Southeast. I'm on the East Side Neighborhood Association. I live in that area. I'm opposed to the insertion of a homeless shelter in the middle of my neighborhood. I was outraged and disappointed by news that Olmsted County and city leaders had once again bypassed the neighborhood association in a decision-making process that would impact our neighborhood. Once again, it appears we were victims of the old whoop story. We forgot to include you in the process at the outset in a decision that we knew was going to impact your neighborhood. This time it was the recent revelation that Olmsted County had been in negotiations with Jeff Allman to purchase residents' Old Town Hall for use as homeless facility. Given these kinds of antics, no wonder the city and county have credibility problems with people they are supposed to be serving. As a lifelong resident of the East Side neighborhood, I thought it particularly important to attend our neighborhood meetings regarding the proposal to convert the residents' Old Town Hall into a homeless shelter. David Dunn, Planning and Housing Director for Olmsted County HRA, was at our September 12th neighborhood meeting to discuss the proposed acquisition of the residents' Old Town Hall for use as a homeless facility. It became readily apparent in the presentation that this proposal not be given the thorough, hard look it should have been given. It seems that instead, the proposal was a hastily planned effort that was put on a fast track to meet a looming grant deadline. Subsequent neighborhood meetings have since revealed a seemingly concerted effort by city and county the city and county to exclude our neighborhood association from involvement in a very serious issue that will without a doubt have a negative impact on our single family residential neighborhood. The city and county seem to be treating the homeless problem as primarily one of insufficient housing. It is not. Many of these homeless people also have criminal records, substance abuse problems, or suffer from mental health issues. Naturally, the topmost concerns in everyone's mind at our neighborhood meetings regarding the proposed homeless shelter have been related to public safety and public health. Many neighbors, including a member from the Boys and Girls Club who were speaking from their personal experiences with the homeless, have raised a very real concern of increased homeless traffic in the neighborhood, having a significant impact on public safety and public health. It's obvious that not much thought has gone into this project. There are too many loose ends, too many unresolved issues. It just smells like a dump and run proposal to me. It's unrealistic to thinking dropping a homeless shelter in the middle of a residential neighborhood isn't going to increase related homeless public safety and public health issues for our neighborhood. How much time do I have left?
A minute.
A minute? Would it be wiser investment of time, resources, and money to create an all-inclusive one-stop shop campus for easy access to our homeless population? A logical, more realistic location would be east of the city on or near the government services campus, where services such as Damascus Way, Olmsted County Public Health, Olmsted County Veteran Services, Olmsted County Medical Assistance, Olmsted County Child and Family Services, Olmsted County Community Services, Olmsted County Housing Authority, Olmsted County Action Program, Silver Creek Corner House, and the Southeast Regional Crisis Center already exist. Moreover, there is more open space for expansion of existing services and or additional services that would provide medical and mental health services, chemical dependency counseling, employment and financial counseling,
10
a free
seconds.
clothing store. Is that it?
10 seconds.
Huh?
You have 10 seconds.
A free clothing store, and stable housing and more. The idea is to make the labor-intensive bureaucratic process of getting back on their feet as smooth as possible instead of tracking all over Rochester.
Thank you, Mr. LaPlante. We're out of time.
Okay, to appointments at various departments and a challenging task for someone without a car.
Thank you.
Clients
And
can do,
we're
yeah,
out
I'm
of
gonna
time.
enter right here.
And I know that we
In one
received your
place.
comments.
There,
and help.
And
by
you
email.
can get my comments.
Yes,
I
thank
sent
you.
them to all of you.
All right.
And, go.
Okay, thank you. John Kriesel.
I'll stand down, Madam President, and I'll speak at the hearing, give my time to somebody else.
Thank you. Gail Madison.
Good evening, Council President and council members. Gail Madison, Rochester, Minnesota. I'm here to bring up an email that was circulating here in the Rochester government and really baffled as to why is our taxpayer money going towards this sort of discrimination. And I think Ms. Chow happens to be online. And yes, I am speaking directly to you. This is an email that you had that says, look forward to seeing you all at cohort time. Please see below for a reminder on homework. for session 3 in October, blah, 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 regarding systemic oppression in what ways our dominant culture, norms, values, or practices built into the fabric of the city of Rochester and or your department. In parentheses, norms around whiteness, middle-class values, Christian ideology, able-bodied practices. This is discrimination. What person came from, I think you came from Kenya and you come over here to the United States. If it's so oppressive, why are you here? And where is my white privilege? I emancipated in my junior year of high school, and nobody ever told me I was a victim. And by the way, my skin tone fails me. I'm actually 2 to 4% sub-Saharan African with full-blooded grandparents that were 100% African. Where's my white privilege? Allison Zelms, I heard you apologize for the last 2 speakers in our last public speaking session. Heard it, talked to other people that saw it, it's scrubbed. Somehow the data here and our technology just mysteriously disappeared. Why is that? See here. Again, another person that came out and spoke is an activist, Marxist political activist, Angela Davis, who called for reparations. Yeah, that we pay reparations. Then she was confronted that she's a descendant of, I believe it's the Brewsters, or from the ship, the Mayflower, that came over here. Was she ever gobsmacked on finding out that she was actually a descendant of the colonists like me, right? Anyway, we're being told through our tax-funded government propaganda that white, able-bodied Christians are the common oppressors. This is discrimination. Discrimination is wrong in every way, shape, or form. My next topic is, I just want to run real quickly because someone brought up that Mayo Clinic published, and I've heard this all over the media, and I do alternate media because I can't trust what the paid fourth arm of the government around here publishes. The Mayo Clinic published on their website that hydroxychloroquine can be used to treat certain hospitalized COVID-19 patients. Again, that was scrubbed from their website. Keep in mind, and this is for the public to know in case you want to pull your head out of the ground, is that if hydroxychloroquine or any other therapeutic was available, there was no need for the vaccine. The EUA is absolutely criminal, and it doesn't need to stand any further and go any further. But why did Mayo Clinic scrub their website about hydroxychloroquine? Because that vaccine would not be here. Thank you.
Thank you. Fletcher Hines.
Yeah, my name is Fletcher Hines. I live at 2188 Hadley Hills Drive. I'm here, a number of speakers here representing Isaiah and Faith in Minnesota. We're talking about encouraging the city to increase its sustainability resources to make sure we make maximum use of the Inflation Reduction Act money that's out there. The Inflation Reduction Act is a $1.75 trillion bill. And the purpose of it is to lower energy costs and consumption, fight climate change, and boost the economy. We think the city of Rochester can work to accomplish these goals by increasing its sustainability resources, either through staff or increasing the budget in some way to make sustainability efforts more pronounced within the city. The funds we're looking for are tax credits and rebates that are available to homeowners and contractors to install weatherization, energy efficient appliances, heat pumps, doors, windows, things that would make the home more energy efficient. We think that in addition to reducing the energy costs and consumption, this would fight climate change, would also boost the economy by making money available to contractors. There will be a number of these items, heat pumps and doors and windows and breaker boxes and other things that will be purchased within the community, and contractors will be installing these things. So it will be a benefit to the homeowner and to the contractor. So we're basically just asking the city to increase its sustainability resources to bring the Inflation Reduction Act money down to the households in the city of Rochester. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a reminder for those on Zoom, use the raise hand function or press *9 if you would like to speak. Paula Crago.
Good evening, members of the City Council. My name is Paula Crago, and I've lived in Rochester since 2000. I'm a retired physician. I now work with Isaiah, as did the gentleman that spoke before me. I also wish to speak briefly about increasing the resources that are dedicated to sustainability and resiliency. I know that the city is working hard to get its own house in order in terms of how much impact its activities have on CO2 production, but I also want to see more in the way of leadership and building a structure that will enable us to take advantage of the funds from the Inflation Reduction and Infrastructure Act. This is a once in a generation opportunity. This will be massive investment in the country. And I think we need a larger investment of local resources to bring those things into the community. It's not going to be brought to us. We have to ask for it. There's hundreds of different sources of income that can be tapped. Grants have to be written and they have to meet the criteria. And I don't think one individual is really able to take full advantage of these opportunities. These are also monies that are awarded on a competitive basis. I understand Duluth has 3 people in the city that are devoted to this kind of activity. And I would like to make sure that Rochester remains competitive for these funds. In addition, I would like to know what the metrics are and have a way to access progress in the area and to know what progress we're making and how that's going as we go forward. And I want to thank you very much. I think a responsive local government that responds to engaged citizenry is really the foundation of everything that we're able to do in this country. So I thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, Dan Speckard Pask.
Hi there, good evening. My name is Dan Speckard Pask. I live at 2129 East Heights Lane Northeast in Ward 5. I'm here tonight with this big group of people asking for the council to consider and approve a temporary measure for hiring an additional staff member and adding discretionary funds to join the fantastic work that's already being done by Ms. Jensen, focusing on sustainability efforts and specifically, as has been mentioned, these opportunities afforded to us now by the Inflation Reduction Act. What I want to talk about tonight is why such a measure is important to me personally. I'm a father of young children. I have a beautiful 2-year-old son named Sammy. We're actually expecting a new daughter in just a few weeks. Like all parents, I think a lot about my kids' future. And to be honest, there are a few things that fill me with anxiety and dread, like the climate crisis. I understand the reality that if we want our children to be able to live the kind of safe and happy lives that we get to, it's going to require all hands on deck at all levels of the government. So that's why hiring an additional staffer to help Rochester in this fight against climate change feels like a no-brainer to me. These dedicated coordinators like Ms. Jensen are so important because they drive exponential change by bringing everyone else in on the effort. For comparatively tiny cost to the city, an additional staffer could have a huge impact. And I think that cost looks even smaller when we think about the potential cost of our inaction to the coming generations. So I ask you on behalf of my kids, all the kids of Rochester, to consider and approve that measure. Thank you.
Thank you. Amy Cockett.
Good evening. My name's Amy Cockett, and I've long lived in the 6th Ward, maybe longer than some of you have been alive. I wanted to start off by thanking all of you, our city leaders and our city staff, for what you have done in our day-to-day issues, because you are so successful in running our city. that everybody who lives here has high expectations. I'm sure you hear from everybody who sees one pothole because it's so unusual. You really do a great job. Roads, water, sewer, public safety. Rochester is a fabulous service provider. Rochester's also come to expect, I think citizens like me, bold, active, innovative leadership on big issues, not just the day-to-day things that you do so well, because our past city leaders have done so. I'm trying to think if any of you were around during the days of the flood control issue. For 10 years, our city council and staff worked tirelessly at the federal level, at the state level, to let them tax ourselves among our own citizens so that everybody understood how important it was to tax ourselves for flood control, and worked out in the rural areas so that people would supply the land that we needed to hold back the water. Flood control happened because of fabulous leadership, and that happened around 1988. At the same time, city leaders and county leaders thought we need to do something about downtown redevelopment. And they used the fact that this area, which had been flood prone, was now flood protected. And together the city and county built the building we're in tonight. But that wasn't the only thing that went up at about the same time as flood control. We also got a new library, an expansion of the Civic Center, new parking ramps, and skyways everywhere. And that all happened in a period of about 5 years. And because the city invested so heavily, public dollars, private investment started happening all up and down Broadway. So it was really bold and forward looking. And now all of you are involved in the DMC. And you know how much political effort that takes, not just in finding the money, but in finding the political will. I'm really, truly amazed at what our leaders have accomplished on these big issues. And now we face the biggest issue ever, which is climate change. We have advantages compared to those other issues because the federal and the state legislatures have come up with tons of money that we can access. And we have advantages locally because you've all studied the issue. You have set goals for sustainability. We're ready to go. The only thing that needs to happen is bold action and the next steps. And I know you can do it because our leaders in Rochester have done it up till now in the past, and we have been very successful. We really do need to have more than hearts and words in the right place. We need to have at least one more staff and probably a bigger budget to organize, draw down, and manage some of the funds that are available. And I hope you will consider expanding the budget. And I know you can do it because our leaders in the past have done big things. Thank you.
Thank you. We have about 2.5 minutes left and many, many speakers. How would you like to proceed?
Move to suspend rules so that everyone has a chance to speak.
Second. All right, any discussion?
We've got 9 speakers so far. We have 11 left. Do you want to limit it to 3 minutes per or 2 minutes?
President Carlson.
We have 13 speakers left.
Yes, I think that everyone should have the equal amount of time because that's the reason we're here, to listen to constituents and residents. So I would like to allow each speaker to have the amount of time necessary. Thank you.
Is that a motion?
Well, her motion was to allow everyone, and she's saying it would be for the full amount of time each. What, Councilmember Kirkpatrick?
I think it's important that we hear for everyone. This is what we're here for. This is outstanding. This is what community is about. Speak up. Thank you for being here. That's my 2 cents worth.
All right, ready to vote? It's for the full amount of time with the encouragement that people do keep it concise if possible. All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. All right, motion carries. Chris Acuna.
Hello, Council President, Council members, Mayor Norton, staff. My name is Chris Cunha, Climate and Clean Energy Organizer with Sierra Club here in Rochester. But today I'm speaking as a Rochester resident passionate about our planet and about the community that I call home. When I was 10 years old living in Costa Rica, I saw what it meant to truly commit to protecting our planet and its people. Despite being one of the America's smallest countries, Costa Rica houses nearly 6% of the world's biodiversity. Though small, it's a world leader in sustainability and the fight against climate change, reminding us that any community, regardless of its size or budget, can prioritize and lead in environmental endeavors. Inspired by a place where I spent so much of my childhood, I believe Rochester, a mid-sized city in the Midwest and my home, can also continue to lead in prioritizing climate action. Rochester has displayed leadership in sustainability before, notably committing to be 100% renewable by 2031, long before the rest of the state, and carbon neutral by 2050. However, there are arenas where we trail back. For a city of our stature, the third largest in Minnesota, we appear under-resourced when compared to our peers. Rochester has a singular sustainability staff member and a sustainability budget of merely $20,000. To clarify, this doesn't encompass the entirety of the city's sustainability spending, but specifically the department's allocated budget. Comparatively, cities like Bloomington, Woodbury, and Duluth each have 3 dedicated sustainability staff members, with Duluth also employing 2 interns. Minneapolis is poised to bolster their climate efforts with an annual budget injection of $8 to $10 million starting in 2024 for their climate equity plan. St. Louis Park, with a fraction of our population, boasts a sustainability department budget of $400,000 and a team of 4. Similarly, Edina, with 2 sustainability staff, operates with a replenished conservation and sustainability fund of $960,000 funded through utility franchise fees. I should note that all these cities have other departments like transportation, public works, utilities, parks, etc., that are also incorporating sustainability into their own departmental budgets, like electrification of fleets, energy efficiency, upgrades, etc. But these budgets are in addition to the other department efforts. These municipalities, bar Minneapolis, have smaller populations and budgets than Rochester, but have a greater capacity to implement their sustainability goals. To remain a leader, we must invest in our city's capacity to achieve our ambitious goals. If we don't do it today, it's the future generations and the historically marginalized that will bear the costs. And as it goes, the best time to plant a tree was 2 decades ago. The second best time is now. Thank you all so much for your continued dedication to our city of Rochester.
Thank you. All right, Vikas Prasad.
Good evening, council members. My name is Vikas. I've grown up in Rochester for a majority of my life. As a young person, I think it's extremely important that we maximize our efforts towards making Rochester a more sustainable city. As the 3rd largest city in Minnesota and one of the health capitals of the world, I strongly believe that we can do more in terms of investing in a more sustainable future. It's easy to say that we can increase our budget for sustainability next year. However, every year we wait, we will miss out on more federal grants, which will only further delay the future that we all want to work towards together. I think it's important to remember that the steps that we take today will not only benefit us, but also future generations who do not have a voice in government. For these reasons, I would urge the City Council to increase the budget for the City Sustainability Department in the upcoming year. Thank you for your time.
Patty Trinka.
Good evening, Council. I'm Patty Trinka. I reside at 3708 First Place Northwest. I want to speak in favor of hiring another full-time staff member to access money for sustainability. I worked as a public health nurse for Olmsted County for 18 years doing home visits. Most of these visits were to older apartment buildings or trailer homes with individuals who worked in minimum wage jobs or lived on Social Security disability benefits. Housing was a huge obstacle as monthly rent had to be less than $500 per month. As a result, these individuals and families lived in older apartment buildings with single pane windows and limited insulation. Most trailer homes lacked energy efficiency. I recall one home visit in the winter to a trailer where the bedroom window was broken and covered with plastic. I wondered how well the middle school student was able to sleep in this room. During a visit in an apartment building for low-income residents, the maintenance man instructed the resident to stuff bath towels around the wall-mounted air conditioner to decrease the amount of cold air leaking in around it. Energy efficiency could be vastly improved in these situations with federal and state dollars. This city needs to invest in making the benefits of the Inflation Reduction Act as accessible to all residents regardless of income, race, or background. This cannot happen without additional city personnel and resources. So I'm asking you to please vote yes on the addition of another full-time staff position for sustainability. Thank you very much for your service to the city of Rochester.
Thank you. Lynn Roivers or Roovers?
Hi, City Council. That was a smooth move for letting us speak, so thank you. I'm Lynn Reavers. I've been in Ward 5 for almost 30 years. I'm just gonna say I'm a grandma. I have two grandchildren that I would love to have them chase butterflies and bumblebees, and as much as I love that, but let's get to Rochester. I'm gonna start with an anecdote. A while ago, I saw an acquaintance of mine who rides her bike everywhere. And I was excited about getting an e-bike. And I said, hey, isn't it great that the government is gonna give an incentive to purchase an e-bike? And she said, no, not for me. I can't afford an e-bike. I would love an incentive given to me to ride this bike. And I was like, whoa, why don't we do that? Rochester can do that. And then we have this electric bus fleet, hopefully growing, coming up. And it's like, well, what if we had people ride those buses for free for a year? For me, it's about changing a mindset. I am of the generation of jump in your car, and we can take the people's coming up, our youth, and get them if we can, a gentle shove to change that mindset to bikes and buses. But it costs money. And I don't even know if those ideas qualify for the RIA monies. But there are thousands of creative sustainability ideas in this community. So I am also advocating to get a person to garner those ideas and sort them out and get the best ones and use those to grab some of that grant sustainability money. And we can do that, and we should do that. And Rochester is well known as a medical destination, but wouldn't it be awesome if we were well known as a sustainability leader? What examples we could set with our current fame that we already have. So let's do this. Let's push. Thank you.
Thank you. Cheryl Campbell?
Thank you, Council. Cheryl Campbell, Shorewood Senior Apartments. I recently moved to independent living in Rochester after my husband and I completed our careers in South Florida. Now, I know that while most retirees head south, I think you're going to find a lot more coming right here. In the past 7 years, my husband and I endured Florida's county planning that largely ignored its regional parks, integrated bicycling networks, public transit, and energy efficiency measures for multifamily housing. We endured ungodly heat. We lamented the decline in native wildlife and the struggles of working people in a land of gated communities. In contrast, we very much appreciate the foresight that Minnesota has accomplished in these areas and recognize that state taxes aligned with the sustainability and environmental measures in the Inflation Reduction Act improve the quality of life for all who live here. We are watching this city eagerly and are rooting for its leadership in any initiative that reduces our energy footprint and protects biodiversity and green spaces. Please utilize the Inflation Reduction Act funding to allocate qualified staff for sustainability initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you. Marie Harp?
Hi, my name is Marie Harp. I live at 620 Second Street Southwest. And I just want to add one more perspective to all of my friends who have come here tonight asking that you hire somebody to get more IRA funds. So I'm chronically ill. I have asthma as well as a few other things. And the wildfires this past summer were really difficult for me. All of the smoke that we got from Canada, I could barely go outside for 15 minutes before I started having trouble breathing and had to go back in. And I'm very concerned for the patients at Mayo. I work as a medical interpreter. I see a lot of people with respiratory problems, with other issues. And so I think that anything we can do to reduce and mitigate the effects of climate change and climate disaster here in Rochester would be good for Med City as a whole, good for our residents, good for the clinic. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Aaron Russ. If you have handouts, please give them to our clerk over here sitting at the desk.
Hello, counselors. I'm Aaron Ress, and I have come to deliver a message from the Sustainability and Resiliency Commission as its vice chair. We have been working hard, and our very first piece of business we've worked on is a letter to you, council, that I've given to the city clerk that will be delivered to you whenever able. And it will be formally submitted to the council on November 6th, but the commission voted for me to submit it early during a public comment. We have discovered over the past few months that the city's sustainability goals are quite ambitious, and in fact, are some of the most ambitious in the country, and we are proud of that. However, we have also discovered that simply these goals as laid out in the sustainability work plan cannot be realized without an increase to the staff and budget of the sustainability department. Currently, the city of 120,000 has one sustainability staff member with a $20,000 budget. It's incredible that she has been able to raise over $2.8 million in grants for the city on her own. So if you take these stats, there is a clear return on investment in hiring new employees in this department. However, though the city claims sustainability as one of its foundational principles, we lag behind several smaller cities in terms of staff and budget committed to sustainability work. You'll find on the back of the list that I provided that there are several smaller cities that have more staff and a higher budget, and we need to get ahead. I and the commission dream of a Rochester becoming the leader of Minnesota. No, the leader in the nation in sustainability work. And I believe, and we believe that it is incredibly achievable. So that is why we have delivered a letter where we ask for two simple things that we believe are incredibly achievable for this budget. One, expand the budget for sustainability operations from $20,000 to $120,000 per year. And two, budgetarily prioritize sustainability by directing the expansion of city staff, full-time employees capacity through the hiring of at least one additional dedicated staff person to directly assist in forthcoming IRA grant opportunities and associated project implementation. The city and its staff knows what to do, and they know how to get there. They know how to get IRA funding, and they know what to do with it. But with the current staff and funding devoted to sustainability, we simply do not have the working hours to have these dreams of sustainability fully realized within our city, within the very strict timeline within both the IRA and the sustainability work plan. So I and the commission urge you to please prioritize sustainability, increase its budget, and hire an additional staff person. Thank you.
Thank you. Olivia Bergen.
Hello, counselors, Council President Carlson. My name is Olivia Bergen. I live on 18.5 Avenue in Ward 2, and I'm a local organizer with Faith in Minnesota and Isaiah. My connection to climate change is my love of the great outdoors. I worry about some of my favorite places here in Minnesota, across the country, around the world. I think about parklands I should see before they're consumed by wildfires. I think about glaciers I should visit before they disappear. I've spoken here at City Council before about my love for our trail system here in Rochester. It was an incredible example of resilience and mitigation to natural disaster that has enhanced our environment and recreation here. And yet there were many days this summer where I would have liked to run or bike on those trails and couldn't because of the choking smoke from wildfires. Having spoken with all of you, I know that you agree that the opportunity in front of us with the Inflation Reduction Act is exciting and important, but I want to focus on the urgency of this issue. Many programs within the IRA have deadlines in 2024, and some of the funding available will expire by the end of 2024. That's why it matters that we allocate more capacity to sustainability now and not at some later date. The cities with staff dedicated to preparing applications, enlisting nonprofit partners, and coordinating with the Department of Commerce will benefit the most. I want to talk about some of those deadlines that are coming up. So for the Minnesota Department of Commerce, in 2024, the department must submit funding applications and establish statewide standards for the federal home rebate and energy efficiency programs. Here in Olmsted County, we have 26,000 low and moderate income households that would be eligible for an average of $12,000 in electrification rebates. That is huge. And all 62,000 households in the county would be eligible for an average overall of $6,000 in tax credits and $200 in performance rebates. These programs are much more likely to benefit our residents if the city advocates the Department of Commerce about program rules, eligibility, income verification, and other components before the program application deadline in August 2024. Another element is energy production and storage tax credits. For the first time, cities and counties can receive federal funding to produce and store renewable energy. Projects must start production or expend 5% of the total project funding by December 31st, 2024. City staff should immediately begin those consultations, including with the school district, on opportunities to take advantage of that. Small businesses, so local agricultural producers and small businesses can apply for subsidies for efficiency upgrades. And there are 3 of those grant program deadlines in 2024. So if we as a city can make sure that small businesses, agricultural producers know about those, they're more likely to be able to take advantage of them. And Rochester has at least 3 census tracts classified as disadvantaged, which qualifies our city for 2 substantial grant programs with application deadlines in 2024. For both, the city will need to enlist at least 1 eligible nonprofit as a partner. There are a few urgent opportunities that I see here that I see incredible potential for, and I know that we are all aligned in seeing the importance of them. And so I urge you as city decision makers to take up the mantle to lead for the future that our residents deserve. Thank you for your leadership.
Thank you. Edward Cohen. To your right. Yep.
To your right a little bit
Yep.
more.
There we go. It's a little circle on the end of it to,
Many things sticking in my face.
you have it right on.
Good evening, Council President, Council members. My name is Edward Cohen. I'm at 903 6th Avenue Southwest. To avoid saying things that you've already heard, I will move on. You can thank me later. One thing I did want to share is 7 years ago, the directors of your city departments learned of a program operated by a nationally known organization that made available during the summer highly qualified graduate students in areas such as economics, systems design, engineering, and so on. They spent a small amount of money, picked 2 projects, and brought in 2 of those graduate interns. At the end of that year, the interns presented their findings to the council at a working session and identified tens of thousands of dollars in savings and energy reduction. The next year, the department heads picked 2 more projects, got 2 other interns. Same thing happened. This time they identified hundreds of thousands of dollars in potential savings. And yes, in the 3rd year, the same thing happened. By that time, the city council members were leaning forward in the meeting and asking questions. To paraphrase the then president of the city council, we aren't going to see the savings that we're hearing about unless we have a champion to stand and make them happen. Within 3 months, the DMC came up with 80% and the city came up with 20% of the money to hire Kevin Bright. We did have Lauren, and she does a valiant effort with the time she has to spare, but it's just a partial FTE. So during the next 5 years, Kevin and Lauren did a wonderful job bringing departments forward, saving us property tax money, reducing energy costs. And also something that was desperately needed is they began to reach out into the community and providing education to the general public, something that's desperately going to be needed in the future. You heard the benefits that would accrue to city operations to get this federal money. You've heard the benefits in tax rebates and credits that would go to individuals if this money were to arrive. And you've heard of the enormous job creation opportunities that would come if much of this work was done. It's very much an issue of equity in our community. So my only comment that hasn't been said is, for the sake of my children and my grandchildren who like living here, please do what you can as soon as you can. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cohen. Casey McGregor? Oh, no. Okay.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. Casey McGregor. This is a photo of my father's first home. My grandma raised 4 babies in this house. No running water or indoor plumbing until the age of 27 when my grandfather died, leaving her a widow. The strongest person I know is my grandmother. Now, I grew up poor, but not quite that poor. I had indoor plumbing. I look back as an adult on my childhood, seeing the sacrifices my grandparents and parents made, taking no money handouts from the government. Myself being the first generation, not dirt poor. I come before this council and city to ask you to stop talking about poor like it's some concept. It is insulting. Poor is not a concept. It is a lived life experience that you cheapen every time you discuss it. The golden spoons that hang out of your mouth are nauseating at best. City staff and council have no respect for the tax dollars spent. Listening to council, DMC, county board, school board throw tax around is revolting. Example 1, F14 and 18 in tonight's packet, 35,000 for a new park building, or 35 million, sorry. Why that high amount? We, the public, cannot afford the best of the best. We must fix and live within our means. Example 2, DMC. Why is there no public comment on DMC budget? Why is it always at the end of the agenda? Are you scared to hear from the public? Example 3, geothermal under the city, the bougie new furnace system. You could have just bought a furnace. Is this what the voters wanted? Example 4, climate accommodating structures, AKA giant umbrellas for 1.4 million. This one still gets me every time. I think it's the name of the project that bothers me so much. Okay, we get it. The city's green, even when it's concrete and metal structure. Example 5, the city referendum. I will always fight to keep the money I make and not give it to government waste. The vote on tax is 24 years. The referendum is taxing your children. If I had a baby today, my child would not vote on this until they were 24. This referendum is taxing the future. Only the elites say it is just a little money, are the ones that can afford it. I know who I am fighting for. the community on fixed income, young people who aspire to purchase a home and renovate it without added financial burden, and homeowners struggling to make ends meet, did not inherit family wealth. I am fighting because I don't want to return to be poor. The government on all branches keeps taxing, and the dollar cannot keep up. I don't even get me started on the school board referendum. There's so much information yet to be released. Parents and taxpayers, please stay tuned. SayNoToTheTaxman.com is a great place you can get contacted information. We will keep adding more content as fast as we can. We are a volunteer-led committee, not paid staff. Also, the Post Bulletin keeps blocking our letters. You know how poor people do climate control and sustainability? We plant trees. I don't know how many trees I've planted in my lifetime. I don't know how many buckets of water I've carried. But I did not come to the government and ask for more money spent. Thank you.
Right. Eric Noonan.
Good evening. My name is Eric Noonan. I'm here today as a resident of Rochester. In February of 2021, 4 months prior to moving here, my partner and I were living in San Antonio, Texas during a record-setting winter storm. For over a week, we, along with the neighbors we took in, sheltered in place as the energy grid collapsed around us, and along with its city services. The haunting absence of sound in a city of over 1 million people, broken by the staccato notes of distant emergency sirens, is an experience I hope to never live through again. In the energy capital of the world, we had 20 to 40 minutes of intermittent electricity every 10 to 15 hours with which we boiled water, ran home heating, and used the toilet. Water and gas lines burst. The roads were largely impassable due to ice. Significant tree canopy loss and fruit-bearing trees were gone forever, and hundreds of people died. In the months that followed, it came out that this fragility of the power grid was a result of cost-cutting policy decisions aimed at short-term gain at the expense of long-term resilience. This winter storm was just one of the increasingly common, erratic, and extreme weather events that are already defining the lives of my generation and those to come. I recently saw climate change defined as terrifying weather events that you see cell phone footage of in far-off places, and then not so far-off places. And then it's you and your family recording the video footage yourselves. It's worth repeating here that this was the hottest summer in what is likely the hottest year so far in over 500,000 years. Here in Minnesota, we saw dozens of hazardously smoke-filled days this summer. We hit heat indices over 100 in the month of September. And we are responding in a way that tells the public that sustainability is only a core value when it is financially convenient for individual departments to pursue. The Commission's recommendation is a small ask, but it sets us on a path towards meaningfully addressing current and coming needs. It will set us up to be environmental leaders in a way we can and should be. Leaders that do not leave behind those living on the economic fringes and who are already experiencing the brunt of climate disaster. Please send a message that we are serious about addressing climate impact and achieving the goals that we have as a community have set for ourselves. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Eric Voldel.
Hi, I'm Eric Voldal. I live in Ward 1. I'll keep it real short. We need bold climate action now. The IRA legislation is a wonderful opportunity for Rochester, for all the people in Rochester, the businesses in Rochester, and the city itself for some really serious funding. Right now, as you know, city staffing limits are keeping us from taking full advantage of the IRA legislation. We need to put more effort in at the city staff level to get the most benefit from this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thea Fisher.
Hello, my name is Thea Fisher. I'd like to stand in solidarity with Mountain Valley Pipeline resistors who have locked down to the extractive industries action to build a pipeline across Appalachia right now. In northern Minnesota, I was there during lots of action that resisted the Enbridge Line 3 pipeline. And that's where I grew up, on the Mississippi River and around the natural beauty that I know and love. I moved here a couple of years ago and have learned to appreciate Rochester and the beauty in southern Minnesota. Enbridge's Line 3 pipeline was an expansion to route crude oil from Alberta through Minnesota to Lake Superior, or to Superior, Wisconsin. And they would next like to expand the Line 5 pipeline that runs under the Straits of Mackinac. All of these destroy biodiversity and really affect rural areas that a lot of us are privileged enough to visit on vacation, but we don't necessarily feel the impacts every day when they're being torn apart by the tractors and everything that pulls up the ground to put in a pipeline. That's just one extractive industry. I'd like to see you guys support Rochester's actions to move away from fossil fuels and other industries that are highly destructive to our environmental areas. In a city, we don't necessarily see those every day, but I believe that we all could be born in another place, in another body, and each human has equitable value. So I'd like to see us all place ourselves in other people's shoes once in a while. I'd like to support the commission's recommendation for a full-time staff member to spend their time on how to make Rochester a sustainable city and move away from these extractive industries. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for coming and sharing your passion, and I really appreciate your comments tonight. With that, we'll officially call the meeting to order. Clerk Giesler, please call the roll.
Councilmember Keen.
Here.
Councilmember Bransford.
Here.
Councilmember Wall.
Here.
Councilmember Kirkpatrick.
Here.
Councilmember Palmer.
Here.
Councilmember Dennis.
Here.
Council President Carlson.
Here.
Mayor Norton.
Present.
All right, thank you, everyone. I will turn it over to our city administrator, Allison Zelms, for her report.
Thank you, Council President, council members, Mayor Norton, members of the public, staff team that's here and perhaps joining virtually. We always start the report by thanking our city teammates for acting with respect, integrity, safety, and excellence. And before the room clears, I think it's also important to note that they do that through a lot of teamwork. And we are finalizing some information for you that extrapolates on our budget. There's over $4 million spent from RPU focused on electric rebates, water rebates, staffing, et cetera. Our Parks and Forestry division that many cities that do not have is over $1.4 million. Our Public Works Transit budget has over $2.5 million worth of environmental sustainability dedicated to it, including some transit project manager staff time. Public Works has over $6 million in their stormwater utility fund that they utilize for that. Community development obviously assists with some of that, including some of the grant writing, and administration. If you look at capital projects as well as staffing in the facilities team, one of those staff members specifically, as well as some of the other staff time. We do have other positions that are dedicated to this and the adaptability of our buildings. All of that adds up to almost $55 million worth of sustainability, climate specific related funding in the budget. And then when you add in special projects, including the $1 million urban forestry grant that we just received to plant trees, which was also teamwork across the organization, that's another almost $1.4 million. Not counting the three-legged stool that we try to focus on as a team related to sustainability being about not just environment, but environment, economy, and social equity. And the economy and social equity brings that number up another almost $1.8 million. So I do think it's really important to note we don't budget the same as every other city across the state. We do have the state's largest electric utility and great teammates at RPU that we partner with, but there is a significant amount of funding in your budget that's related to sustainability. And I just think it's important to point that out, that our teammates work through their customer service principles, working together in order to achieve those grants, et cetera. And they, like any other year, would work together to bring you something if they felt it was necessary, as we're learning more from the state that hasn't rolled out some of the programs that are mentioned yet, in order to be able to achieve the goals as we would in any other project here. So just think that was important to point out. While we had folks here in the room, we'll be getting that to you shortly. We just need to get together one more time about it. Also, great teammates in Rochester Parks and Recreation across the team. They did just receive national accreditation that required them to meet over 150 different standards. And so that was just awarded to them. So congratulations to our teammates in Parks and Recreation for their work and their work working together and including across the organization. Community Development also just received a Planning Excellence Award related to the work that they did, again, with other teammates and our communications team with the Unified Development Code, which is up and running, focusing on stronger, more equitable communities, inclusive public engagement processes, and forward-thinking codes that utilize best practices. Congratulations to our teammates there. And then our favorite one, winter is coming. So just want to remind folks that as of November 1st, the seasonal parking requirements will begin. That also helps with some of the street sweeping that happens throughout before it snows. So that ordinance is that alternate side parking requirements, and information will be going out soon, but folks should just be getting prepared that in about 2 weeks, they will be starting to have that alternate side parking. And that's all I have today.
Thank you, Ms. Alms. Mayor Norton?
I have a few things tonight too. First, I would like to make the announcement again about the Mayor's Medal of Honor. We are taking nominations in the month of October, so till the 31st. We will have a luncheon celebration in December on the 1st. This is the 40th year for the Mayor's Medal of Honor, and we're going to come pretty close to hitting 500 recipients since its inception. So those are 500 people in this community that go above and beyond to support the community in about 15 to 16 different areas. So I would encourage folks, the process to sign up is very easy. It's out on the website under the mayor's page. You can click on there and fill out a nomination for someone that you know that goes above and beyond in one of those dozens of categories, dozen and a half categories. So I also just want to mention that if you have been a past recipient, we'll have discounted lunch for you. So we'll celebrate any of the past Mayor's Medal of Honor winners and invite them to join us this year for our celebration. We'll have out there, it's out there on the website. Second, I thought I'd just mention Pedal It Forward, which is a fall bike drive. It's a collaborative effort. We Bike Rochester hosts it, but they host it at our old Silver Lake Fire Station. So they take donations of bikes, they repair them, and then they redistribute them out into the community to people who need or want that type of transportation, but may not have the money to afford a new bike on their own. And so if you have a gently used or unused bike that you would like to donate on Saturday, October 21st from 10 to 2, you can drop it off at the Silver Lake Fire Station in the back, I believe. Next, boards and commissions. We do have vacancies again this year. Every year, people time out, if you will, for their opportunity to serve. They will have served at least 2 full terms. And so Heritage Preservation will have 4 openings. That's huge for preservation, it's like half of the board. The music board, we have filled Ward 6, but we still will have an opening in Ward 2. The Bike and Ped Committee will have 2 openings. Planning and Zoning will have 1 or 2. Police Policy Oversight has 1, and Public Utility Board will have an opening this year. So if you would like to be one of those wonderful people that goes above and beyond, please go onto the city's website and sign up for on the application to serve on one of our city's boards and commissions. I want to just make an announcement about my absences coming up in the next few weeks. So I will be traveling to City Lab, which is in Washington, D.C. This week, the 18th through the 20th. And that will be covered by the Aspen Institute. So no city money is being used for that event, but it is about city design, cities of the future. And we were really lucky to have Aaron Luckstein from our water reclamation plan. Is that the right?
Deputy Public Works Director for Environmental Services.
Better. I like that even better. Was selected to go on that with me. So he will be there. The Mayor's Water Council is hosting its event in DC. So while I'm at City Lab, I'm able to drive across town in a little cab. And I will be giving testimony about PFAS in our water and give testimony on behalf of the city. And I will also, while I'm there, be lobbying on our district initiatives out in Washington, D.C. So some of those are grant applications. Some of them are sustainability related. One of them, I believe, is our EV grant that we have applied for, and we're hoping to hear in the next month or two whether we were selected for that. But I take the opportunity while I'm out there to do some lobbying. Also, there's an International Transportation Innovation Summit in Fresno, and that is with our sister city of Energy, Munster, who has invited me to attend because sister city of Fresno is their official sister city, but we are kind of their unofficial sister city. So I will be speaking at a mayor's panel and talking about our MedCity Mover grant that we had, the EV that we did a pilot program for here in Rochester for a year. And so that is on October 27th. So I will just be there for one day. And then after that, I will be heading straight from there to San Francisco and joining a team of 7 mayors that will be going to China from October 28th till November 7th. It's the Yangtze Mississippi River Municipality Energy Transition Exchange. So the focus of it is on energy and environmental issues, but we will also be enticing people. The 7 mayors are from 7 different states, representing 7 different cities. And it is our job to convince them that they should be most interested in Rochester as opposed to some of our other cities that are represented there. So we will be doing a very interesting business exchange. And I want to thank our community partners who have thankfully provided me with some information to share while I'm there. And so I'm really looking forward to that opportunity. Brooke Carlson will be standing in. Hopefully she'll be feeling better, a little better by then. She'll be standing in for me as mayor while I'm gone during that time because I will not have access for the most part while I'm there. I will not be traveling with my city phone or computer. And lastly, before I end, I do want to say earlier today when we were hearing from our partners, our superintendent talked about decisions that they have to make. And sometimes the decisions are of right and right. They're good things and we have to make choices about them. And so some of you know at the last meeting, there was an opportunity, a vote on CDBG funding. I had intended to veto that and asked for that document to come to my desk. I sat on that for a week and really gave good thought to it. And one of the reasons that I felt that I should have vetoed it was a process issue. When people apply for grants in the city of Rochester, they do so in good faith. And when they see something changed in a way that did not feel purposeful, they feel like the rug's been pulled out from under them a little bit. And I also think I had concerns about the process that the council had decided to do, and I would rather have you doing a more hands-on decision-making and perhaps, and I think I suggested at the meeting that in the future, the process might be able to be changed so that the outcome is better and that there's more agreement when things come to the table. But I just want to say it is choosing the right and the right. All the applicants that we got were good. So there's two things I want to clarify. One is that there's a little bit of a misunderstanding about the Warming Center grant, which is the one that got shorted at the end of the day. That funding was not for the overflow shelter. That was for the current 2024 regular filling a $30,000 gap for the regular budget that they have, even though they got the state grant. They will be able to get by, I have no doubt, and people will step up. But the overflow shelter was part of my concern. If we take money that they were going to be using for 2024 and we need money for the overflow shelter, we were going to be, we've put them in a bit of a pinch. And I do think we'll work it out. And thankfully, as has been mentioned earlier, that we do have some of our community partners like Mayo Clinic and Catholic Charities who have stepped up for the overflow shelter, assuming we can get a building up and ready as quickly as possible. We need it now, frankly. But that funding was not for the overflow shelter. It was for the regular 2024 budget. And I think there was misunderstanding and I wanted to clarify. But again, I chose in the end of the day not to veto that, but I want the council to know that for me, sometimes it's not the decision that was made, it's the process that we use. And I really want us to be careful and be good about the processes that we use moving ahead. So I hope we'll have better discussion in the future about making a change perhaps on how those CDBG grants come forward to us so that we have maybe all had a chance to read the applications before any discussion happens. So anyway, I will close with that and just say I'm going to be gone for a little bit here shortly, but I'll be able to be reached until the trip to China, and then I will not, and Brooke will take over. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that, Mayor and Administrator Zelms. We'll move on to approving the order of the agenda. Staff have walked on one item. That item has been.
President Carlson, I'm sorry to interrupt. Can I make one more comment? The trip to China, no city money is being used for that. It's being paid for by the Ford Foundation. So just to be clear, I'm sorry, I forgot that. Thank you.
All right, so staff have requested that one item be walked onto the agenda. The council has received that item. That item has become F28 on the consent agenda. It's titled the approval of a settlement agreement with Metronet. Are there any other changes that I've missed? Right, otherwise I'd invite a motion to approve the order of the agenda with that change.
I'll move approval with the noted addition to the consent agenda for F28.
Second.
Councilmember Keen?
Yeah, again, it's good that, again, sometimes this has to happen. We don't like it. We'll treat it as an exception. I would want to pull F28 just to make sure the public gets to see what it is that we're adding late and make sure we have a discussion on it.
F28 has already been pulled. We'll note
Okay.
that in the consent agenda. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Motion carries. So moving on to the consent agenda. So several items have been pulled tonight. Council members Palmer and Dennis are pulling F7. Councilmember Dennis is pulling F8, F14, F18, and Keen and Dennis are pulling F28. Anything else? If not, I'd invite a motion to approve in block items F1 through 6, 9 through 13, 15 through 17, and 19 through 27.
So second.
Councilmember Wall, you have the floor. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Motion carries. All right, moving on to our public hearings. So I always take a second to go through the process of our public hearings. We start with a staff introduction to the item. Then the applicant or representative of the applicant has up to 10 minutes. We open the public hearing. Public comment goes by similar rules as open comment, but you have up to 5 minutes to speak. Again, encouraging you to be brief and concise. We close the public hearing. The applicant has an opportunity to provide up to 5 minutes of a rebuttal before I invite council colleagues to ask clarifying questions of staff or the applicant. Move on to a motion, discussion, and vote. So we will get started. And our first item is G1. the final plat number CD 2023-015 plat to be known as Pebble Creek Fourth. And we have Elliot Mueller here.
Yep. Good
Go ahead.
evening, Council President Carlson and members of the council, Mayor Norton. Application CD 2023-015 plat is a final plat by Charles DeWitz. The property or the site is located in the northwest corner of the intersection of 61st Avenue Northwest and Sandstone Street Northwest. And the request tonight is to plat 4.2 acres into 7 lots and 2 outlots. The final plat meets all the requirements set forth by the preliminary plat, which was approved in July of 2022. And the development review team recommends approval with 6 conditions tonight. So I'll stand for any questions you might have.
All right, thanks, Mr. Mueller. So I have Chuck DeWitz listed on the public hearing sign up, but I assume that's the applicant. Come on up. Please introduce yourself and you have 10 minutes.
Yep, Charles DeWitz, 604 11th Avenue Northwest. And I'm just here for any questions you might have.
Okay, so we'll do the public hearing and then if there are questions, invite you back up.
Thank you.
All right, so we will open the public hearing. I don't have anyone signed up, but did anybody come to speak on item G1? And if you're joining virtually, you use the raise hand function or press *9. Just give 1 second. Seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing. Are there questions for Mr. DeWitz or staff? Or a motion?
I'll make a motion. Adopt the resolution approving a final plat for CD 2023-015 plat.
Approve with 6 conditions.
Approve with 6 conditions, correct?
Are you seconding it?
Yes, second with,
All right. Councilmember Palmer, you have the floor.
Enough's been said. Thank you.
All right, other discussion?
yeah, I just want to ask staff, I know we didn't get the chance here. 6 conditions are understood by the applicant. We're all in good shape there.
Correct.
Thank you.
All right, any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Motion carries. All right, moving on to item G2. Similar development. Mr. Mueller, go ahead for final plat number CD 2022-029 plat to be known as Pebble Creek Fifth.
Thanks. Yes, so this is Pebble Creek Fifth. It's in the same area, located north of Town Square Place Northwest and west of 60th Avenue Northwest. The request tonight is platting 1.67 acres into 12 lots. There's no public right-of-way being dedicated in this plat, so that's why it's a final plat tonight. And it meets all the criteria for approval. Development review team is recommending approval with 4 conditions. So I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you. Mr. DeWitz, would you like to speak or just be available for questions? All right. We will open the public hearing. Is there anyone who would like to speak on item G2? If you're joining virtually, use the raise hand function or press *9. We will close the public hearing. Are there questions of staff or Mr. DeWitz? Councilmember Wall.
I note that in the action requested, it asks for 5 conditions, but both verbally and now in the report narrative, there are 4 conditions. Is that a problem?
Mr. Mueller?
There must have been a clerical error on my end doing the RCA, but I think it should be 4.
Okay.
Any other? Right, Councilmember Palmer?
I'll make a motion to approve resolution final plat for CD 2022-029 plat with the 4 conditions.
Second.
Councilmember Palmer, you have the floor.
Enough's been said.
All right, I'll just say that it's nice to see some of these these developments being built out. Exciting times. Any other comments? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. All right, motion carries. Thank you. Moving on to item G3, the utility easement vacation number CD 2023-005 VAC by Anthony Lucas. And we have Jace Pater here to introduce the item. Go ahead, Mr. Pater.
Thank you. Good evening, Council President Carlson, Mayor Norton, and members of the council. I am Jace Pater with the Community Development Department. Before you is CD 2023-005 VAC by Anthony Lucas. The property is located on Lot 3, Block 2 of the North Star Business Park, and the request is to vacate an existing 145-foot by 32-foot wide utility easement originally dedicated in 2004. There are no utilities located in the easement, and an additional utility easement exists on the subject property for sanitary sewer and water main to the south of this. In 2019, the western half of the utility easement was vacated on an adjacent parcel. The applicant has also submitted for a minor land subdivision and a site development plan for the subject parcel and the parcel adjoining to the east for development. And I'm available to answer any questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Pater. Would the applicant or representative of the applicant like to speak? Come on up. Please introduce yourself and you have 10 minutes.
Hi, I'm Adam Plushcourt. I'm with Woodseth, and I'm just here to answer any questions and representing Mr. Lucas on this. And yeah, we appreciate your support. So I'll just be around for questions.
All
Thank
right,
you.
thank you. We'll open the public hearing. Would anyone like to speak? If you're joining virtually, use the raise hand function or press *9. Seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing. Are there questions of staff or the applicant? Or a motion?
I'll move to adopt a resolution approving utility easement vacation CD 2023-005 VAC.
Second.
All right, Councilmember Keen.
No, it sounds like it's been well studied and it's the other movements have happened. I'm good with this.
Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. All right, motion carries. Moving on to item G4, major land subdivision number CD 2023-013 plat by Bigelow Homes LLC, known as Harvest West. And we have Desmond McGee here. Hi, Desmond, go ahead.
Thank you, President Carlson, Mayor Norton, members of the council. Good evening. My name is Desmond McGill. I'm with the Community Development Department. This is application CD 2023-013 plat, which is a preliminary plat that will be known as Harvest View or Harvest West. I apologize. This is a preliminary plat for the subdivision of approximately 8 acres into 44 residential lots and 1 outlet. This site is located at the northwest corner of 55th Avenue Northwest and 55th Street Northwest. In 2005, this site was zoned as a special district townhouse. With the adoption of the UDC earlier this year, this site was redesignated to an R2 zoning designation. The applicant looks to construct twin homes, which is 2 units with a common wall. This is permitted in the R2 zoning district. The subdivision will include private drives, public utilities within public utility easements, dog park, gazebo. These are all located internally on lot 45, which is the outlot. There's no right-of-way dedication needed for this project. It was previously dedicated on the north, east, and south sides. Pedestrian facilities will be constructed on the north and south side. There are existing facilities along 55th Avenue. Planning Commission is recommending approval of this application as a staff with 6 conditions of approval. And that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you. The applicant or representative of the applicant like to speak?
Mark Waltz, G-Cubed Engineering, representing Bigelow Homes. We're good with the 6 conditions, here to answer any questions you may have.
All right, thank you. I don't have anybody signed up for this item either. Would anybody like to speak? All right, one more time. If you're joining virtually, use the raise hand function or press *9. Seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing. Are there questions?
I have a question for staff. I'm not familiar with this sort of a drawing, but does this plat include new city streets that are going to be turned over to the city?
There will be no new city streets associated with this project. There's existing city streets on the north, on the east, and to the south, which have been fully dedicated. There will be public sidewalks placed on the north side and a 10-foot wide trail path on the south side in 55th Street Northwest. But all these streets internally on this site are indeed private.
Oh, they are private. And what standards are the private streets being built to? It would not be to the standard that it could be turned over to the city?
No, they wouldn't be a private street per se. It's more or less a shared driveway, if you will.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Amongst all the.
I see. All right. No, now I understand better. Okay, thank you.
With, public utilities located in easements in that lot 45 underneath the streets.
Okay, thank you.
Driveways.
Okay, other questions? Or a motion?
I'll make a motion. Motion to approve CD 2023-13 plat by Bigelow
if the 6 conditions. Second.
All right, Councilmember Palmer.
Enough's been said.
All right, any other? Councilmember Wall?
Yes, thank you. I was at the neighborhood information meeting for this and quite a few neighbors attended. They were all very supportive of what Bigelow Homes has done. Probably their only concern was traffic around the school a couple of times a day. And they were assured that the city had done a traffic study and those roads would sustain that, even though, of course, around a school at start and end times, there are likely to be some choke points.
All right, other discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries. All right, thank you. So we're gonna take a 10-minute break and let the Mayo team get set up with their presentation before we start item G5. So we'll meet back here at 8:35 on that clock.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Thanks for the opportunity to let me use the gavel tonight. All right, we will move on to item G5, which is the text amendment to the Mayo Clinic 5-year plan. And are you, Mr. Getzer, are you doing this one? Okay,
Yep, Ed's out sick, so I'm pinch hitting on this one.
all right, go ahead.
I'll be introducing item CD 2023-002 TA, better known as Mayo's 5-year plan update. The Mayo 5-year plan, required to be updated at least every 5 years, recaps the previous 5 years of development and provides a vision for the next 5 years. The update provided by Mayo is a requirement laid out in the Medical Institutional Campus Special District, which was originally approved by the City Council in 1991. Subsequent updates have been provided in 5-year increments. Overall, the special district helps facilitate continued growth while providing predictability to the community, Mayo Clinic, and the city. The special district recognizes the unique nature of Rochester Mayo Clinic Medical Center and how it is developed over a campus on a collection of city blocks. Therefore, development within the special district is reviewed from a campus-wide perspective for standards such as parking, floor area ratio, etc. The Mayo 5-year plan was last approved in 2021. However, based on recent planning initiatives, most notably Bold Forward Unbound, the 5-year plan needs to be updated to account for future development. And with that, I will be happy to be around for any questions. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Mr. Yetzer. And who from the Mayo team will be presenting? Dr. Daniels, and you'll introduce your team?
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yep, you have 10 minutes.
Yes. Council President, Mayor, council members, thanks for the opportunity to be here. My name is Craig Daniels. I'm a physician practicing at Mayo Clinic in Pulmonary and Critical Care Medicine, and I have the privilege with my team of leading Bold Forward Unbound in Rochester. We're going to share a few slides with you tonight and have a conversation about what we hope to accomplish with the 5-year plan. Thank you for your time and attention. We're here today, less than 2 years after submitting Mayo Clinic's last 5-year plan in February of 2022, to share a preview of potential projects that Mayo is proposing as part of the multi-year strategic investment that aims to transform Mayo Clinic's downtown Rochester campus to better meet the needs of our patients and our staff. Bold Forward Unbound in Rochester is in the process of developing schematic designs for new build spaces infused with technology that will allow us to continue to provide unparalleled patient care and enhance staff collaboration. Keep in mind that we are in the planning phase for this investment, and the capital required has not yet been approved by Mayo Clinic's Board of Trustees. If planning activities continue to progress, we anticipate approval later in this calendar year. Before I preview the potential projects, I will turn the presentation over to Melanie Baumhover of BWBR to run through the overall 5-year plan document. Melanie.
Very much. I will be going through just a very brief summary of some highlights contained within the report. What you see on the screen is the table of contents. The first 8 chapters are really looking backward. They're a snapshot in time. So what does Mayo Clinic have now? Chapter 9 is the potential projects that really looks forward. So again, highlighting a few items, starting with section 3, which is building square footage. You can see that Mayo Clinic is poised to add just over 2 million square feet of building area in their estimated future growth. Under the employee distribution section, Mayo Clinic has added 10,000 additional employees from 2011 to the 2023 report. In summary of the parking section, this is section 5. The upper left-hand corner is the central sub-district, and you can see that in the future, the plan is to reduce the amount of parking for employees within the central sub-district, but add additional parking for patients and visitors. The 2 charts along the bottom show the outside of district parking and the support district, which both show that within the future section, additional parking will be provided for employees. Again, that is moving employee parking outside of the central district. Next, we will summarize some potential projects in section 9, starting with the West Medical Subdistrict, St. Mary's campus. You can see that W203 is demolished the 2nd Street Inn buildings. These buildings have been demolished. This project is in process. This will be converting this lot to a pass-through and turnaround for the employee shuttle buses from the west lot to St. Mary's campus. When this is complete, West Center Street will no longer be used for those shuttles. A small parking lot will be included as well. Next, I will pass it back to Dr. Daniels for the Central Medical Subdistrict.
Thank you, Melanie. We want to highlight each of the potential projects related to the overall Bold Forward Unbound and Rochester portfolio projects. They're on pages 75 through 82 in your draft. Slide 17. To orient you to the scope of the proposed projects, this slide shows an overlay on the existing sites. I will now go through each individual project. Slide 18, renovate east entries of the Gonda and Mayo buildings, including canopies and street. Slide 19, new medical building on the Damon parking ramp. Slide 20, new medical building on the Osmond building site. Slide 21, demolish Fifth Avenue Inn and Suites for expanding parking ramp on block 41. Slide 22, south parking ramp. Slide 23, mixed use building, including logistics at the former Lourdes High School site. Slide 24. Here again is an overhead map of the potential projects. With this strategic initiative, we are creating the built spaces needed to adapt to advances in technology and patient care now and far into the future. Mayo Clinic has met with several community groups, neighborhood associations, and businesses in Rochester since sharing these plans in June. We will continue to engage Rochester residents to share updates as these plans progress. We are confident the result will be an unmatched experience for our Rochester community, our staff, and our patients. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. So we will open the public hearing and invite the Mayo team and our staff to respond if there are questions after the public hearing. So I have Laurel Podolsky Smith signed up first. And just a reminder for those joining virtually, use the raise hand function or press *9 and the clerk will alert me that you are waiting in queue. Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Council President, Mayor, and members of the council. I'm Laurel Podolsky Smith. I live on West Center Street. I'm a Kutzke Park resident, and I'm also a member of the Kutzke Park Neighborhood Association Board. And I have a letter here written by the president of our Neighborhood Association Board, Emily Lynch, which I will read. This letter Let this letter serve as the Kutzke Park Neighborhood Association's official support of the Mayo Clinic's request for a temporary parking addition at the corner of 11th Avenue Southwest and 2nd Street Southwest to provide a turnaround space for the employee shuttles. This compromise comes after many years of discussion with Mayo Clinic leadership and the neighborhood. As you know, the shuttles have been traveling through our neighborhood to return to the west lot for several years. While the proposed temporary solution will still affect some neighbors, Emily Lynch directly, it's in her backyard, we believe that it is a better option for the neighborhood as a whole. Although this process took much longer to reach a solution than we would have liked, we appreciate Mayo Clinic's leadership and willingness to listen to our concerns and work toward a solution. We urge your swift approval of this temporary use order and its necessary permits so that this project can be completed this year. We look forward to continued conversation throughout the next few years in preparation for the bus rapid transit implementation. Thank you.
Thank you. Great. Stephanie Podolsky.
Mayor, President, council members, I'm here to talk about the change in the shuttle bus route, as you can probably imagine. The West Center Street residents are pleased with this new route. It took a long time to be implemented and resolved. It seemed for a while like the city and Mayo
didn't believe the disruption and chaos that the shuttle route was causing. And either didn't believe it or didn't want to believe it. And when there's not a lot of feedback coming, it gets interpreted by the people who live on West Center Street as indifference. And I don't think you meant for that to happen at all. It took a neighborhood survey and lots of media exposure to bring the situation to a point of action. As Bob Dylan said, the times they are a changin'. And this was a new situation. And in the future, I think it will come up again. The 5-year plan is a very ambitious plan, and there will be impacts on neighborhoods. That's what I want to talk about for just a minute. When the needs of a powerful entity that affects the lives of ordinary people, people may be afraid to confront their employee or their spouse's employer, confront their employer or their spouse's employer. What I would encourage you to do is to put in place a new plan so that whenever people's lives and rights to a peaceful use of their property is going to be affected or impacted by a significant change, that beforehand there's a process in place for a public hearing and plans for mitigating unintended negative consequences. And when your constituents are cowed or intimidated by powerful entities or business interests, the responsibility lies with the Common Council members to listen and support your constituents because they need your help when that happens. We are very pleased with what Mayo has come up with, and we thank you for your part in having that happen by including it in this 5-year plan, which moves it up quicker. So thank you for that. And I hope you take to heart what I'm saying about putting in place a plan ahead of time so that when these situations arise, there's a way for the public to feel more satisfied about what's happening in their lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Podolsky. Jim Frost?
My name is Jim Frost, and I live in Rochester. And anytime I see any entity in Rochester putting their foot down on the general public, I will speak up. And I have, and I will again if I feel the need. You've heard from Stephanie and Laurel everything important other than that I have to say. I promised I would come here and give my support to the changes in the plan that allow for bus fix, and I've done it. Thank you.
Right, John Kriesel.
Madam President, Mayor, members of the council, I'd like to thank you for this opportunity to address all of you. And I'm going to mention that I believe I'm speaking on the behalf of many people within this community, many of which feel uncomfortable in asking certain questions because of their possible consequence to the person in bringing these matters forward, because free speech does come at a price. With these proposed Mayo Clinic projects awaiting the approval of the City Council, this community should know a few relevant details before approval takes place by the members of the council, such as what additional real estate taxes can be expected from these projects? How are these taxes to be determined? To what extent will any of the proposed 5-year projects pay sales tax on construction? as well as needed equipment for these buildings. I say that because we're about to ask the public to embark on additional sales tax, both coming in November. To what extent will they be LEED certified? Are there plans to incorporate gray or stormwater? Will the steam cooling, I didn't see any mention to the modification or the additional steam cooling power project that's going to be built on the former Schmidt property. Will that impact access to Central Park or utilize the street or the avenue at all? I'd like to know for the record, because I've been told before that none of that activity will take place. Will the city, prior to said projects, have the air quality monitors promised to the community put in place and be made operational that we've been promised a few years ago and is yet to take place? To what extent will all projects incorporate bird safe guidelines for all buildings and skyways? Will the skyways be a partnership with the city? I feel that'll be very important because it has to do with access, public access, and shared expenses. I quote from Audubon, Minnesota, Bird Safe Buildings publication. There are two basic problems with buildings, glass and lighting. Migrating birds who at flight at night are drawn to the glass, especially with lights. As a rule, collisions increase 19% for every 10% increase in glass area. In addition, beautification, landscaping that take place, lends itself also to the demise of many birds because they're brought to those particular locations and they contribute to the collisions. For example, I wish to bring up the all-glass bus stops that were just put on North Broadway. I recently took a walk in this area. And now keep in mind, these are recent glass structures that just went up. Now, I don't know what our consultants know about bird safe, okay? But our consultants, many of which need to be much more humble than they are, because I do not believe that they're paying attention to detail. One of the bus stops over by Silver Lake, I saw a pair of dead orioles that had just run into glass. I want to bring to the attention that the bus stops most recently in the downtown area of Mayo that we spent $2 million on, those are glass with lights. They do not lend themselves to bird safety. So moving forward, let us pay attention. If we are a true wellness center and we want to say to the people that come after us, that we really pay attention to all sorts of life, that this is going to be a true wellness community. So I recently here again witnessed dead birds that just ran into, live birds that were dead that ran into the bus stops that we just put on North Broadway.
You have about 10 seconds left.
10 seconds. Therefore, how can this community be assured that bird safe designs are a priority and become a priority and the city can trust matters, or the community can trust matters moving forward? Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Kriesel. Patrick Sieb.
Council President, members of City Council, Mayor, former Mayor. Appreciate the opportunity to join you and speak in support of the work you are doing with Mayo in reviewing and advancing the 5-year update. I want to point out that this, which we probably take for granted in the community, the major corporate citizen advancing a 5-year update with a level of transparency and detail simply not found in most other communities. This very unique feature in how we are approaching planning and how Mayo is approaching planning assures a certain level of transparency. It gives opportunity for you as the infrastructure investors to have sufficient lead time to make decisions and advance infrastructure. But more importantly, or I should say as importantly, it allows the rest of the community who provide roles in housing development to anticipate new housing needs, for people who work in the sustainability world to think about how we can advance carbon reduction, how Mayo Clinic might advance carbon reduction. People who work in the downtown revitalization can begin to anticipate change in workforce, change in workflow flow. People who do work in childcare can begin imagining the growing demands and needs in that space. The education partners who do workforce development, K through 12 education, all of the community partners have the lead time necessary to begin anticipating the work that they are going to be facing and can advance. Within this plan, we see anticipation of 2 million square feet of new development. And as reported, there is a 10,000 employee workforce growth in the past 10 years. So perhaps we can begin imagining another 10,000 additional workers at Mayo Clinic. Again, adding to the demands in our community and the opportunities in our community to fully support this economic engine. So I think that what I really want to acknowledge is that this is a unique approach in this community when compared to most other communities. To have your leading corporate citizen present its vision, present its land use, present its plans, not codified, not formalized, but anticipated, and it gives all of us a chance to be partners. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Seif. John Wade.
Good evening, Council President Carlson, Mayor, members of the council, administrators, Elms. I am, on behalf of Rochester Area Economic Development, very proud to support the work of this 5-year plan. And not only as we look at the growing pain that might come from some of this growth, but also the growing gains that we believe will not only affect the patients, the Mayo Clinic will be better able to serve, because at the end of the day, that's what this is all about. But what we are also concerned about is making sure that the small businesses and the labor units, Jeremy Anderson sitting next to me is president of the construction trades rather, that we are all in this together. And this plan allows us on our side of the street, if you will, to continue to plan for that growth and all that's going to go along. We hear about $4 billion. What are the hundreds of millions of dollars that follow that in additional jobs and development in other sectors of the economy, in high tech that we're looking at today, whether that's Viriad Rion or Minnesota Medical in Stewartville or others that will continue to grow and expand because of this very growth. And as Patrick very well said, for Mayo to come to us in advance, how blessed we are. And Mayor Norton's going to travel and people are going to say, how's it going in your town? She can give a really amazing report to anybody, anywhere of any size community about this very expansion. I've been at this a long time. I've been before this council, give or take, for 40 years from time to time. And on very few occasions have we had this kind of historic opportunity growing forward. And this is one of those times to hold everybody accountable, to make sure we're taking care of folks along the way, but recognizing that we can all be, and you should be, I am incredibly proud of what this city is doing. Not only what we do here, but as the largest employer in 16 counties in this state, and what this will mean to so many other people to improve their lives, both in healthcare and for those of us that are dependent upon this continued growth for economic vitality at all levels of our community. So on behalf of the Rochester Area Economic Development, we thank you for your time. And again, thank you to Mayo Clinic and their continued growth and expansion as well. Thank you.
Mr. Wade, that is all I have signed up on my sheet. Is there anyone else who would like to speak on this item? Anyone joining virtually, use the raise hand function or press *9. All right, we'll close the public hearing and invite the Mayo team up for any response to any of the comments that came up or you can wait for council questions. Okay.
Council President Carlson, Mayor, Randy Schubring, Mayo Clinic, Community Engagement. I wanted to address the sustainability issue that Mr. Creasel brought up, as well as all of the folks that came here earlier tonight. Mayo Clinic is committed to participating with the U.S. Department of Energy Better Climate Challenge Initiative that we signed on for in 2022. This will reduce energy use by 20% and greenhouse gas emissions by 50% in the next 10 years. We will do that even as we grow the campus and the demand. We've explored several options to meet expected demand and made modifications to our concepts with sustainability in mind. So that is one of the driving forces for the Bold Forward Unbound. And as Dr. Daniels said, we're in the beginning of the process, and all of the projects that as they progress will be in alignment with the city's UDC, as well as we will have neighborhood information meetings where the details of those projects will be shared with the residents. Thank you.
All right, so I will open it up for questions from my colleagues for staff or for the Mayo team. I don't know if you'll just decide who is appropriate to respond and send that person up, but are there questions? Councilmember Wall?
While we are a long ways from getting to the nitty gritty of what each project will bring, I presume that Mayo has already been working on how we might mitigate what John Wade has called growing pains on the way to growing gains. I know that you don't intend to leave the community behind. How do we ensure that the disruption is not eliminated, but minimized?
Thank you for the question. Early disclosure and planning in partnership with the city council and planning with business partners provides the opportunity for people to look ahead to mitigate real risks and disruption. Allows the business community the opportunity to lean in. Mayo Clinic is a healthcare organization. We look to the community, we look to the government, we look to our partners in DMC and other to lean in and solve problems along with us. And the advantage of coming to you very early in the process is so that we can plan together and succeed together. Thank you.
Any other questions? Councilmember Dennis?
So yeah, so I have, well, I have some questions, but I also think that Mr. Creasel's questions should be answered. So I wrote down as fast as I could some of them as they're being brought up. I was hoping someone from Mayo could address. I don't know if someone maybe has a more accurate list of questions, but you know, taxes, the questions about how they're determined, sales tax on building supplies, stormwater, cooling, power project. I apologize, Mr. Griesel, if I'm not getting your questions. There's just a whole list of very legitimate concerns here. Access to Central Park, air quality monitoring, the bird safety, building safety. I had never even thought of that. I'm a school teacher, not an engineer. So that was something that I just caught me as horrendous. I don't know if that's being considered with this, when buildings are being built with the glass and safety of birds and skyway access to residents. I know if you listen to the study session, I spent quite a bit of time sitting on the cement out near the warming center with people experiencing homelessness, and many people who experience homelessness come because of Mayo. They come for many reasons, either trying to find services for themselves or their family. So even though Mayo is a phenomenal hospital, unfortunately, it is also the cause for increase in homelessness in our society. Bus stops, well, that's more of a city issue with maybe the bus stop, but I really want to see if someone can just go through and answer some of these questions that were brought up that I agree are huge concerns. Thank you.
Council President Carlson, Councilmember Dennis. So what you have before you is a 5-year plan. These are potential projects. So as Dr. Daniels said, our Board of Trustees has not passed these internally yet. So we, as these plans are more crystallized, you will hear more about those specific questions and know that part of our process here, just as Dr. Daniels said, we have been talking to the community since June about this project and our vision for this project. And so we will continue to do that as these projects become more realized. But the comments that Mr. Creasel made, as well as others that we've heard through neighborhood groups and business groups, will be brought to Dr. Daniels and his team and to our leadership at Mayo Clinic, and will help define what the specific projects look like.
I appreciate that. I think just as Mayo staff have come up and said and spoke how wonderful we're starting this process early, having, beginning the process together. I think it's really important to to note all of these concerns early on before money's spent. Because once you start building glass buildings, then you're like, oh, what do we do now with the birds, getting killed by them? So, so I appreciate that. And then my other question too, I guess maybe on just an understanding. So this is a huge project, billions. I mean, is phenomenal for the city to have this growth and have security and from recession proof, but our town and bringing all of this business. I just worry, what is the guarantee that it's 100% going to occur? And my question is, we saw with the nurses situation in St. Paul, right? Legislation changed. And I know there's some, I won't go into that whole world, but there was some, issues with not the model of Mayo Clinic and not being able to, what if Minnesota changes to, I don't know, one payer system or some kind of model that doesn't jive with Mayo Clinic's model of healthcare? Is there a possibility that Mayo will pull out of Rochester and take this funding to one of the satellite, I shouldn't call it satellite, but Arizona or some other place that might not have the same political climate? I'm just curious because I know that's a concern that was brought up by a Ward 6 resident. And I just would like to know what's a guarantee that this will be done here in Rochester.
Yeah, thank you for your question. Mayo Clinic is planning to invest in Rochester for our future. We have been working diligently to bring together a financial strategy, a patient care strategy, a business plan that makes sense for Rochester to continue to be the source for hope and healing for thousands of patients, for a destination medical center to be located in Rochester, Minnesota. And we plan to succeed. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Keen.
Yeah, again, I feel like I want to make some comments here, but I know it's still in questions, but I want to do this during the public hearing because I want to get Mayo to react to it. First off, I appreciate, I consider this 5-year plan less of us approving a plan and more of a communication method. And I appreciate the level of detail you're bringing to us because I think there is a lot there. A couple areas I want to respond to and just get you to respond to. I have 3 areas I was watching. One is parking and transportation. Number 2 is energy planning and energy generation. And the third is land use, and I'll just say it, encroachment in public spaces. On parking and transportation, I'm actually I'm really pleased to see what's in front of us. I was watching parking ramps getting built and others coming down, but the numbers actually look like I expect. It's patient parking going up, and this is consistent with our city's investments for what do they call it? The switch over to get on how we're going to get our employees to work. So I think what I'm seeing today is actually in support of that. So good job. If there's any comments you have that I want to help me better understand, that'd be good. The second one on energy planning, I do want to understand better because I'm well aware of like the Franklin plant and the work the Mayo does with the city of Rochester through our public utilities and the backup plans back and forth. But I'm feeling a growth in energy independence here, and I want to understand it, and I want to understand it not just for tonight, but going forward because of the impacts on the city. The third area is probably the biggest concern for me, and that is, the expansion and the commitment to the community is wonderful. But there are places here that as just as I'm not an urban planner, but when I see streets getting blocked and taken over, I get worried about it. I get worried about it as like somebody trying to, the grid of any city is very important. And when you start putting down these big blocks, like we did with the Annenberg Plaza or with from Fourth Avenue or Fourth Avenue to Sixth Avenue and closing Fifth Avenue, we seem to be doing that in a bigger way with this plan. And it really has me concerned. It doesn't have me concerned as a Mayo patient or a Mayo employee. It has me concerned with someone who's trying to get around our downtown and now is going to have a harder time. So I'm not sure how to do this. I'm doing my side of the communication here in coordination with you and telling you what my concerns and the things I am. But if you had any sort of response to it, that would be helpful.
Good evening, Stephanie Hurt, Mayo Clinic Parking and Transportation. Thank you for taking notice of a really thoughtful and intentional plan to prioritize our patients and allowing them to park closest on site, on campus, downtown. That really is the future. As you noted, our commitment both to the city of Rochester with Link Public Rapid Transit in the future and really prioritizing our employees to park further out and be shuttled in, and really that ongoing commitment to van pools and other shared ride sources, carpools, really changing that mode share, prioritizing bicycling, other modes of transportation to get employees into work is really important. And so that is really the plan to create and to hopefully achieve that DMC mode switch or the mode share of less single occupancy vehicles downtown, mostly employees who come and park and then they park all day long, put them on the outskirts, bring them in through a very rapid transit system, and allowing then our patients, our most vulnerable individuals visiting the city of Rochester to have that closest parking. And so happy to answer any more specific questions, but generally that's the plan.
Very good. No, I think that's consistent with the city investments and it makes me feel good that we're in sync with Mayo on those.
Thank you for your questions about power, environmental sustainability, and about road closures. So I'll address each. First, again, this is a 5-year plan. We're still making plans. But at the same time, we have developed strategies to respect the Better Climate Challenge, to continue to invest in sustainable resources, and we have a significant capital outlay planned for environmentally friendly sources of power. We are also a district energy company. So Mayo Clinic partners for redundancy and safety of our power sources with the city. And we need to continue to do that as we move forward so that we can continue to provide multiple redundant sources of power for patient buildings so that we never lose power, chilled water, or steam. And second question, or I guess your third of your questions was regarding road closure in a large and growing campus. We share your concern. We're here early to discuss with you the process and respect the process. We understand the importance of these discussions. We're doing, as you would expect, close partnership with your planning team, traffic studies, pedestrian studies. We will follow the process that you outlined for us and work with our partners to make sure that we're respecting what is needed to be done and the process will be followed. So thank you.
Dr. Daniels, Ms. Steinhauser would like to add to the comments.
Yes, thank you, Council President Carlson, members of the council. I just want to echo a lot of the response that's been provided by Dr. Daniels and by Stephanie. I would again reinforce that what's before you here is a 5-year plan update. And so it's anticipated that we're showing you a vision of where they expect to be over the next 5 years. But that as we get into individual project detail, we do a deeper dive on things like what's the traffic studies show us? How do we address connectivity issues? How do we address stormwater management and many of the issues that were raised this evening? I do also think it's really important for us to acknowledge that the Mayo team really worked with our team over the past year. Knowing that this 5-year plan update was coming forward, we gave them a lot of feedback on just how the past 5-year plan looked and its readability and understanding. And they really took a lot of our suggestions in terms of just the plan layout, things to include, to reflect that wasn't in prior documents, so that we felt like it could be easier and more transparent for not only policy decision makers, but for the public to read. So I think if you were to take a look at this and compare it to past plans, it's much easier to follow, which in my mind starts to achieve that transparency goal and that partnership goal that we continue to work with them on. But again, want to reinforce that this is meant to be that here's the vision of what we anticipate over the next 5 years that then helps inform the processes around individual projects. We want to, does it tie back to a plan? If not, then we have to bring that forward in a different way. Does it tie to the plan? Yes, it does. Now, how does it tie to other plans, whether it's our connectivity plans, our transportation plans, comprehensive plans, et cetera?
Thank you,
Okay,
Pat.
that's helpful. No, and I'm glad to get the response from the clinic. I also want, from the flip side, I want you to understand what my concerns are going forward too, as I watch that, both the street design things, but also that energy. And it's not just that, I think we have a really good energy partnership over the years, and I work closely with RPU as Mayo does. But I'm watching these projects, and it made me think that that's changing. And again, I'll just leave it at that right now and work through it with you guys. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Kirkpatrick.
Thank you. For the last few months, we've been seeing this plan unchanged graphically. So I would like to ask a specific question about 3rd and 4th Avenues. The one-ways downtown, 3rd Avenue is northbound, 4th Avenue is southbound. You've got a blue building. Can anybody bring up that slide, please? That would be helpful for folks that are listening, watching. Thank you so much. Like I said, the graphic has not changed for a few months. So although this is just a concept and everything is just beginning as a plan, I am assuming that there is some sort of an idea for what is going on there with that blue. So you can see Mayo and Gonda there. Just to the west of Mayo and Gonda is 3rd Avenue northbound. And then where that kind of kitty corner angled line comes down from the Damon parking ramp down to the Osmond building, that would be 4th Avenue southbound. This image really hasn't changed much. Can you give us an idea of whether those roads are blocked, or is this some upper level skyway system and the roads will still be open? Based on the curve around of our lovely historic Calvary Episcopal Church that is seeming more like the Pixar film Up, I'm wondering if you can define what's going on with 3rd and 4th Avenue, please.
Thank you, Councilmember Kirkpatrick. It's an excellent question, and we remain in this schematic design concept phase. So we're continuing to evaluate how do we optimize connectivity for our patients and our staff and our loved ones as they arrive to campus as well as depart from campus. Kind of what are the patient flows between Gonda, Mayo, the Damon site building, and the Osmond site building. Some early work would suggest that hyperconnectivity across Gonda, Damon site, and Osmond would be beneficial to the overall patient experience. But those are areas that we're studying with traffic flows and working with our city staff and other partners.
So then there is a, excuse me, so there is a possibility for those roads to be closed off, but there's not enough data to determine that yet.
Correct. We're in that process.
Got it. Thank you so much.
And I would like to, can I chime in there just to
please.
make sure everybody's aware that if that did get to that point, a street vacation process does require public hearings. And
Yep.
so that would be back in front of you. That's not on the table
Yep.
tonight.
Thank you. So what is currently the parking situation with Calvary Episcopal Church?
Yes, Stephanie to join me. Person Fitzpatrick, could you please clarify that just a little bit as far as,
I'm wondering if you allow space in Damon on Sundays for the congregation that parks at the congregants of Calvary Episcopal Church. I'm wondering if you have a contract for parking with them. I'm wondering if they are being taken into consideration as you move forward.
yeah, so we do not have, Mayo does not have a current contract with Calvary. If someone pulls into the Damon parking ramp on Sundays, there is an arm always up, so they can pull in. So to be completely transparent, I don't know how many parishioners park there and use that versus street versus other options. But it is certainly, probably used. I just don't know those numbers.
Sure. Okay, that makes sense. So the privately owned parking ramps are also open to the public and free all weekend long and after 4:01 p.m. every
Yeah, the
day.
City of Rochester ramps, yes.
Okay, awesome. And the privately owned ones with Mayo as well. So is Damon a city ramp or is it a privately owned ramp?
Damon's a privately owned ramp.
Okay, so it is available for folks on the weekend, free of charge, and then also after 4:01 p.m. like our city ramps are?
I can say that we don't currently staff on the weekends in Damon.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Kirkpatrick, I just wanted to add an extra point on community engagement. We have been in discussions with Calvary and St. John for probably the last 9 months on this project, and we'll continue that conversation. And so all of those issues with those two congregations are being discussed directly with them.
Thank you. And I shouldn't have neglected St. John, so thank you for bringing that up, Mr. Schubring. And then finally, with energy, and understanding that this is still just a concept and it will change significantly from now until the end. But I'm assuming that we have a lot of solar planned for all of these rooftops. The last time I was up in Titan's building a couple of years ago, I looked out at this expanse of rooftops in our city that are all not being, well, they're all underutilized. We have no solar hookups. We have no green infrastructure to produce, to not consume from. And I'm hoping that that is a part of the plan to significantly offset the consumption.
Thank you again, Councilmember Kirkpatrick, for that observation. Similar to the overall building plans, our plans around sustainability and energy and power can remain under study and will be further developed as the program moves ahead. But thank you for that observation, and we are committed to clean and green energy and our climate safety goals.
Thank you. I would assume that with the bold forward and unbound program and the amount of funding that is capable by Mayo through either philanthropy or profits, that you can actually buoy our community. The economic security blanket that you are is a double-sided coin. And what you provide for our community and the international community, not just the local community, is great. But I really encourage you to think about the backs that have helped you build your empire as you proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Dennis.
Thank you. I do agree. My kids would not be happy if I misquote Spider-Man, but that whole with great power comes great responsibility quote is, I think, important to remember. But I wanted to, I know we wanted to stay kind of high overview and not get into the weeds, but I was hoping someone from Mayo could maybe get back to Mr. Kriesel with some of the questions that he had and CC the council in on those. I feel even though you're not getting into those details right now, it is good to have something, in writing and kind of starting to be worked out. Because I listened to a wonderful, wonderful words about Mayo Clinic, and I agree with many of them. I think it's obviously the best hospital in the world. It helps so many people, life-changing. but sometimes you get into the platitudes, the feel good, make everything looks good. And part of, I believe, my role, and maybe my council colleagues agree, but it is to be a critical thought and to not be a naysayer necessarily, but to be just let's do some checks and balances on what's going on, because there is a lot of allegiance to Mayo. There's so many people, like Mr. Kriesel and others have pointed out, that their spouses themselves, their livelihoods rely on Mayo. So for them to have the liberty and freedom to speak up and say, no, this is wrong, this is a violation, this is, if there is anything that was not doing well, it is very hard for people to speak up. And you can see what happened when I spoke up, right? I criticized
Lennox, you
government.
have a question?
So I just want to see what kind of accountability and checks and balances are there for people. I mean, for all these projects, are you going to be bringing I don't know, like back to the council these progress? And then my other question was about small businesses, when Mr. Wade was talking about this brings in, what is Mayo doing with this to keep the downtown? I mean, we talk about keeping it a destination, vibrant, not just Mayo campus, as many elected officials and people have called down our downtown. Is there any plans on using some of this 5-year plan to really promote the resident experience, along with, because of course the patients having things for them to do, but having the downtown be for the entire city, not just.
Mr. Yetzer, go ahead.
Yeah, I can address, I think, the first part of that question. I don't know that I can address the second part, but referring back to Mr. Kriesel's questions, there's a handful of those that can be answered by saying that development still has to meet our other requirements, right? So the 5-year plan in front of you is not approving anything other than the project title itself, right? So the question about stormwater management, we have other standards that have to meet stormwater management. That's not included in the 5-year plan, nor should that be really under consideration tonight. Some of the other questions in terms of tax revenue or LEED certification, those sorts of things, really, it's too early for them to know the answers to those questions. I mean, a building has to be pretty much designed to be able to answer any of those questions. As far as air quality monitors, we do have air quality monitors downtown. So I feel like there are answers to the questions that Mr. Kriesel had that we know, and the others just, it's too early to answer.
Thank you. Ms. Steinhauser.
Yes, thank you, President Carlson, members of the council. I would just to reinforce some of what Mr. Yetzer said. For example, air quality monitoring, which is a city sustainability project, not a property owner specific project. We've had air quality monitors in the city, I think going on 2 years now, in various sites throughout downtown and the community. Those quality monitors, that data is available. We are currently recalibrating them for new locations. So that is an active project that Lauren Jensen, our sustainability coordinator, has worked on along with Kevin Bright, who was formerly with DMC. I would say to the question about keeping downtown vibrant is a challenge for all of us. It is not for an individual entity bringing forward, in this case, Mayo bringing forward the 5-year plan. I would say with that in mind, that there are many partners, including Mayo, including Ready, DMC, RDA, and the Chamber, and Experience Rochester, who this is top of mind on our radar. The work that we've done over the past year with the Downtown Task Force is a great example of things that we're doing to move forward, to reduce barriers, address issues brought up through the Downtown Task Force process. Through that, we have, it has informed our conversations around how do we get ready, not only for this construction, but construction along the BRT line, construction along what we learned from North Broadway and the takeaways from there when we have 6th Street Bridge under construction in, a year and a half or 2 years. So for us, it is about a co-design process. It is about engagement. It is about a business forward strategy, and it is about communicating early and often, which is what you heard from the Mayo representatives, but what we hear from any of the partners that are present here this evening. That it is very top of mind that at the end of this, Rochester is transformed to the positive. I really love the phrase that John used of growing forward. I think that's top of mind for all of us. And it's a commitment that not only the city, but our other partners have shared in the meetings that we continue to have, to say, how do we coordinate and leverage existing efforts around communication, business forward and outreach to address that very issue.
Thank you. Any final questions? Mr. Keen?
I think I'm assessing or that we're ready for a motion.
Sure.
And I'd like to move approval of the text amendment CD 2023-002 TA, updating the 5-year plan for Mayo and directing the city attorney to prepare an ordinance for the first reading.
Second. All right, Councilmember Keen, you have the floor.
Yeah, again, I just to make sure we know what's happening here, what we're really acting on is the 1991 law that says we're going to do these 5-year updates and approve them. We're not approving a list of projects, but I think what the objective here is the communication across the medical district with the city and with the land use and zoning around it. I mean, again, I think this format gave me a lot of information as when I look at the projects, which ones are approved, which ones are in the planning stages. It talked about that, the energy side, it talked about parking, it talked about land use. I think the Mayo was reaching out to communicate, their bold forward plan. And I think there's some onus on the city to be communicating back and what we're likely and wanting to approve and work with and what we're concerned about. And from there, we'll move forward with our staff and with Mayo and hopefully we're building a better tomorrow.
Thank you, Councilmember Keen. Councilmember Palmer?
Well, thank you. What we're really doing is we have a world leading medical system here in Rochester and we need to keep them to be a world-class medical society. That's what their plan is. That's what they're working for. I was fortunate enough to watch the last 5-year plans about 20 years ago, the first one they came up with. And I've attended every one of those meetings because I think that they're interesting to see. I think it's the ability for the Mayo Clinic to come and tell the public, this is what we think we're going to do in the next 5 years. It gives our staff and the city council time to react to that. I think that that's a remarkable thing. The asset that we have in this community is unbelievable. I'm a little puzzled by some of the questions on closing roads because we want a walkable city. The campus downtown is a phenomenal campus. You bring any visitor to Rochester and you walk them down there and you see fountains and you see roads that you can cross without having to dodge vehicles. To me, that's a remarkable part of Rochester. We want that to be more of a campus. I think if you look at the ability of the 2 churches that are sitting there, that they've talked with them and they understand that they worked around it. I think that's remarkable. And I've been out talking to a lot of different people in the last 2 months, and I think that they forget that Mayo Clinic is the largest property taxpayer in Rochester by far. I think that people forget that, and the largest employer in the state of Minnesota by far. I mean, it's world-class leading, and that's all I can say about it. And I'm glad that they're doing this, and I'm proud that I live in Rochester.
Thank you. Councilmember Bransford.
My colleagues have spoken about the plan and what they like, and I echo that. I just wanted to say thank you on the turnaround for the buses. That was difficult. And as someone who actually walked up and down West Center and talked to people and sort of seeing how difficult that was for them, it was a sticky problem, but we got there, and I'm more than appreciative both for my constituents and hopefully for Mayo it's a more efficient way to do it. So thank you for that.
Mayor Norton.
Thank you. I think we're on the cusp of a vote about something that's going to transform our downtown and our community. And I think, a lot of people have questions. That's understandable. I'm pleased that at this point, we are having those community discussions, that Mayo has opened the door now and will continue and is committed to open their door to talk to the community and our staff and work through this as they need to meet our rules and regulations, just like any development. And we're getting a head start. We're getting a heads up about what's happening. And it's been exciting. The idea of transforming healthcare is kind of lost in this discussion about city planning, but this really is about the next generation of healthcare and transforming it in a beautiful and positive way. I think there's other components of things that maybe we haven't talked about quite so much, which is, and I look at some of our builders and developers in town, this is not just jobs, this is careers for years ahead, for people in this community. And, it's one of the things we've talked about with our, Bloomberg grant and all that. We want to help, the city wants to help to make sure that we have workers for the future of Rochester. And this is just, we have Destination Medical Center, and this is part of that. This was, my guess is this was part of the vision of Destination Medical Center before any of us probably were even aware of it. But it is about Mayo, who already has roots here, putting those roots deeper and branches wider to create jobs and an economy for the future. And one of the things we also didn't touch on much that I'll just say is we're hearing about the 5-year plan. I don't know if this is going to get done in 5 years. I think we'll see more in the next 5-year plan because I think this is big, bold, and we haven't talked about the Unbound as much. But I think we just have such a bright future ahead of us in this community, and I think I just want to acknowledge the questions are good to have, but that this is transforming Rochester, and we all need to hand in hand work together to do it the right way. And so I just want to thank you for your vision and for your commitment to this community and for its future and the future of the people that live here. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Really well said. And I had some of the comments that Mr. Wade and Mr. Sieb said I had also written down. So thank you for those comments. I agree with many of your sentiments. So this is a really exciting time. This is like a once in a lifetime opportunity to sit up here and get to support the best hospital health system in the world and doing something this incredible to advance the future of medicine. So thank you for your leadership. Of course, there are concerns and challenges along the way, and we'll have some specific requests come back to us that we'll need to consider thoughtfully and the impact in our broader community. But so far, my experience with Mayo has really been an open and thoughtful and listening leadership to the types of concerns I've shared around partnering with our community as we think about an influx of construction related jobs, focus on equity in the built environment work, and really making sure our local businesses, local contractors, minority led businesses have opportunity as we grow in these new projects. Around just how we think as a city and a county around providing services as we have more people with different needs in housing, how we plan our infrastructure, how we work with DMC to coordinate projects. All of those conversations are absolutely critical. It takes all of us working together to do this well and do this right and set our community up for being successful. I appreciate that there's been concern and appreciation for how this connects to our greater downtown and supporting our local businesses in the vibrancy of downtown, how there's community engagement that's already happened with our churches, with our neighborhoods, but there's more planned, and that will be continuing to be critical with Bus Rapid Transit, our LINK project, as well as the impact of these new buildings. Also concerns around just access to care for our community members and knowing that we all, or many of us, receive care at this world-class institution and want to continue to be able to do so through our primary care. But also if we as community members have high needs, that we need to access this world-class care. Appreciate, and I brought this up when we met with Mayo last week, just this idea of having Mayo has compassion, tremendous compassion for your patients, but this is going to take compassion for your employees, many of which are either represented here or our families or our dear friends. This will represent a significant change in how care is delivered, and that's really hard. And also just compassion for our community. Change is hard. We're growing rapidly, and this is a reflection of the future of this community being a leader in healthcare and hopefully in sustainability as well. So those are my thoughts, but thank you for your leadership. Councilmember Dennis.
Thank you. Yeah, that's wonderfully said, President Carlson. I know I just wanted to echo what Councilmember Bransford said about the partnership with the buses. I think that was the community engagement was wonderful, and hopefully we can do better as a city to amplify voices if any other needs occur. I do also want to say with the parking situation, I think it's the sustainability, trying to get more and more people to walk and, be more of a green, open city, walkable city. However, we want to make sure that we are still an accessible city. There are so many people who need vehicles, especially with patients, but a lot of people that I know and reach out saying that they need to make sure there's adequate parking for many different needs in our world. I've told stories about moms with, tons of kids who, they can't take the bus because of many different needs. So that's something to keep in mind. I wanted to make sure that people don't misinterpret what I say, because I am a little bit of a critical thinker. But I do feel like the life-saving nature of Mayo, people I've known from so many areas in the world have saved their lives. So I thank Mayo and all the staff. I've volunteered for Mayo Hospice since 2008. So for quite a while, I've been working with Mayo Hospice volunteers and seeing the compassion that everyone is giving to those in need. I think the world of the care staff and people who devote themselves to helping others. I just want to also say, not just as a volunteer for Mayo, but the profession I had right before, or the job I had right before this, I worked in special education in the school district. And there are so many people in the school district who make, I made 16,000 full-time a year, 16,000. There are so many people who make under 20,000, paras, people who are working in the school district. So the first largest employer is Mayo Clinic. And you said 10,000 jobs within the last couple of years, phenomenal. And I imagine a lot of them are really good jobs. So you have maybe like high paying jobs. And then the second largest employer is the school district, where so many people make under 20,000. And so I think when we look at my allegiance, primarily is to, children, vulnerable people who need a voice. Ward 6, obviously, my allegiance is not to Mayo, as the first allegiance is Mayo's down, the ranking of my allegiances. But I do want to make sure that when it comes to affordable housing, when Mayo grows and has good paying jobs coming in at this amazing rate, that the second largest employer, the school district, which their hands are tied with funding, if you listen to the study session earlier today, that Mayo takes responsibility for bringing in more people and then creating the more need for housing, the more need for people to educate kids, the more need for all of the services, like I mentioned with the people experiencing homelessness. And so my thought is, I'm a big supporter of this plan. I mean, how could we not? I mean, everywhere you go, people want a Mayo, right? Everyone says, oh my gosh, can we get one of those hospitals in our town? Because it's such a amazing entity and caregiving hospital. But I just want to make sure that those who are under the quiet voices in our town, the kids, the parents who are at the fast food restaurants and working in the grocery stores, that those families also have housing, safety, accessibility, and for the entity that amazing power that came and brought great jobs in also realizes that many jobs that support those great jobs cause a lot of need for affordable housing and other issues in our city. So, but thank you for all your work, and I look forward to seeing how it grows. Thank you.
Any final comments? All right, let's vote. Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries. Thank you so much to the Mayo team for coming tonight. Thank you, Ms. Steinhauser, Mr. Yetzer, for filling in tonight.
Thank you. Take a 5-minute
Let's
break.
take a 5-minute break and reconvene at 9:50.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
I see you on video. Unmuted. There you are.
Hello, Madam President. Can you hear me okay? Just a quick check.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. You're a little quiet, but we can hear you. Okay, so we will get back to our reports and recommendations, which we didn't have any new items. We just have pulled consent items. And the first one was pulled by council members Dennis and Palmer. And this was F7, the city council travel and training budget. Which of you would like to go first? Mr. Palmer?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to deny the request.
I'll second.
Okay, Councilmember Palmer, you have the floor.
Well, we have a budget set as the city council and some thought went into that. And if you go over the budget, there's nothing wrong with you paying for yourself to go. We all make the same salary. There's items that I pay for myself. And I see zero reason to go over that budget.
Okay, other comments? Councilmember Dennis?
So
The point of order, could she talk about, I mean, it's a conflict of interest if it's her.
No, I think she can advocate for herself for her own budget. I mean,
I don't
it's-
think that she can.
I would like to say I had no idea this was going to be put on the consent agenda item. I had nothing to do with this being put on the consent agenda item. So this is all, I imagine Allison Zelmer staff putting this on there. So I was just as surprised when I.
So if I can help.
Yeah.
If, I mean, our process, I think it was about in our last budget, we did this thing about breaking up the thing. And I think the process we put in place at that time was if somebody goes to the point of being over, this was the process. It would come to this group with the idea of, you know, we could waive it if we wanted to. Councilmember Palmer pulled this. I was looking at it myself and saying, gosh, the first year we do this and we're already in trouble with it and it made it. And therefore, that's one reason I was probably willing to deny this, the way it was put on our consent agenda. But I don't think there's anything wrong about the way it got to on our consent agenda.
And I don't either.
I agree. That was my understanding as well, that if you went over. Now, my question for you, Ms. Dennis, is if the trip is still possible with staying within the budget, because I would like you to be able to go to NLC if you can, but are there expenses to be reduced?
So I'd like to speak on this issue, and I spoke very supporting of education in the past. I had went through, this is last December, I believe it's December 12th. If you can go back, and everyone welcome to go watch that. Council members, I went and interviewed so many past elected officials from all spectrums of walks of life. And they all said that it's irresponsible of a city our size not to have informed council members, not to send council to the National League of Cities and be advocates and partner and be able to collaborate with other cities that are our size and bring back ideas. If we look at our principles, innovation, you know, all of the things that we pride ourselves with our strategic plans and priorities. What I went this whole year, I have not been to the National League of Cities conference because I really wanted to go in December, March when DC was occurring, because I had so many amazing things I wanted to bring back. This is from the October here, but with the childcare ideas that help people who are experiencing homelessness. And yes, I'm an educator by trade, so I'm naturally a little bit of a groupie for informed people and having education. But talking to everyone from Randy Staver to Bilderback to Sandra Means, to all the council members who have went to every single or almost every single National League of City and Minnesota League of Minnesota Cities, just cannot speak more how vital it is for us. And I know the mayor has different funding sources, but I don't see things she brings back. She doesn't meet with me. She doesn't meet with council, to my knowledge. You know, this stuff, to go and bring information and collaborate and it's so important. You can't do this on YouTube. You can't do this online. If anyone's been to these, I brought back amazing amounts of information I passed out when I went in 2022. This is incredibly vital. You wouldn't have fathomed a company like organization like Mayo Clinic not educating their leaders. And here we are saying that we took a budget, and yes, it got decreased because of COVID. That's legit, right? We should decrease it. But to not bring it back to pre-COVID amounts, I think is irresponsible. And then we not only did that, but some council members don't even go on these for whatever reason. And then they wanted to break it apart. So instead of having a pot of money to allow people like myself, and everyone knows my income, right? It's $54,000 a year. People who are single parents who want to attend these, or anyone in the future who wants to, who doesn't have wealth to go and take a plane trip and educate themselves to better our city, should be able, we should be able to do that. And I know DMC's paid for plane tickets for like President Carlson, and we get plane tickets paid for Mayor Norton. And I know there's a bunch of stuff about freaking flyer miles and how, those probably should be used better. But this is an issue about just basically having informed policymakers to make the best decisions for our city. And I've never heard anyone in Rochester say that they want unintelligent people running, people who don't have innovative ideas. I've never heard that once. This, as an educator and as someone who I believe so passionately in helping our city succeed, there's nothing I think you could do better than take people who really want to bring back ideas and create a better world here in Rochester for our residents. And I would like to know, I imagine there's pots of money still sitting there. I don't know if Councilmember Palmer went to Duluth, but there's other people who did not go, and they have pots of money just sitting there. And then there's people like myself who really want to go to the conference. I have not gone to a National League of Cities conferences this year because DC was too expensive. And I said, oh, I'm not going to go. I'll rather go the one in the fall. And to limit council members, and this is not about me, this is about just the principle, the integrity, the values and priorities of our city, to say we want to have the best policies. We want to have ideas from all over the US that they share. And if you haven't been to a National League of Cities, I don't think you can really speak on it, but it is phenomenal. It is phenomenal. People come out and we connect and say, oh, Mayo Clinic, well, this is what we do in our city. And we bridge ideas. And I brought back amazing ideas that I've shared here on council. And I think that this is needed, not just for the mayor, who is not a policymaker, mind you, but not just the mayor to go and who has not brought back information from these to me at least. And I think it's important for at least all policymakers to have the opportunity, the basic opportunity, regardless of your income, regardless of your economic, anything. That's true democracy. And if you only allow the rich to go to these training opportunities because they have pocketed frequent flyer miles or they have the means to be able to go, that is not democracy. And I'm a school teacher, like I said, so I do, and you talk to any past council members, and you'll hear what I heard, and you watch the December 12th meeting. It is so important, and I would be utterly ashamed to know that our city does not prioritize ideas and connections and partnerships and collaboration with others, and we want to be a little island, a little silo, and succeed. We can't. We're not going to do that. So I'm not talking about myself. I feel like we should make it back into a pot of money, so that if you don't want to go to National League of Cities conference, which I don't believe, I'm just talking about Councilmember Palmer, but others, then you don't go. That's fine. But don't make it impossible for others not to bring back information to our city. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Keen.
I'm looking at the action in front of us. We've had these discussions before about education. We as a council passed a set of rules that the staff is implementing today. They're saying when you spend over your $3,500 per year, It comes in for council to do it. If I look through this list right now, Councilmember Dennis has spent $2,900 this year, and the average council spending is around $1,500 a year. She wants to spend another $1,300. Councilmember Dennis lambasts the staff about not being careful with their spending. And then the first thing we see is her going over on her own budget. So I don't see a reason why I would support this overrun tonight. So I'm gonna support the denial.
Mayor Norton.
Yeah, I wish I didn't have to say anything, but I do. It's really not okay to say things that aren't true. I've heard numerous things coming from council members, and a particular one this evening, that are not true and unprovable.
Please
I have
elaborate.
brought back every time I've come, I have made a brief report and have mentioned that in my office is information. I've even put it in council members' boxes, and I have it on my desk, and not once has Councilmember Dennis asked for or come in any information, and I am more than willing to share it. So please, if you want to defend yourself for spending money going to a conference, please do so. But do not drag down the rest of the council or me by saying things that are not true regarding miles, regarding sharing of information, or regarding anything else. Speak for yourself, and please do not drag the rest of us into it.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Kirkpatrick.
I'm just kind of curious, Ms. Elms, why my name is in here. Just not, no emotion behind that. I'm just kind of curious because
What did you say?
maybe you were just linking it because that we're both planning on attending NLC. Why my name is in here.
Councilmember Kirkpatrick, we have all the council members' names here sharing about that, and I just was pointing out that you were both planning to attend.
Okay, all right, that's what I thought it was,
And
but
one
I was just
appeared to
curious.
be going over and one did not.
Yeah, because it could have been done without my name being in there, except for that, in the list of the amount of money spent, because I won't be going over if I attend this, so.
It was
Yeah.
for transparency.
Got it. Okay. All right. Thank you so much. I'm not, no anger or confused. I was just simply confused and just wanted a clarification. Thank you. But I'm going to keep going. Thanks. Every time I want to register for something, I ask Allison and Michonne, and the mayor, I just kind of send an email to all of them. How much of my budget is left? Can I do this? Well, what if I don't stay in a hotel? Well, what if I drive myself there on my own? What if I just kind of finagle the finances, kind of like we do with our city budget? What if we borrow from here and take from there and give back over there? And that's the way I have been handling my expenses, and it seems to work really well. So I appreciate your feedback and saying, hey, council member, this is what you got left. Okay, I guess I'll skip it then, or okay, I'll get myself there on my own, and I'm not going to charge mileage reimbursement, or et cetera, et cetera. So thank you.
Councilmember Palmer.
And just as an example for our staff is that every department has a training budget, and that's what they need to stick to. And if they have a big year, they need to have some other training, they'll do it. And so, I look at to me, I look at the list of what's coming up on something and make the determination whether I want to go or not. And National League of Cities, I went to 4 or 5 years ago, and that was a good experience. But I think that we need to stick to our budget, and that's the reason I made the motion.
Councilmember Dennis.
Yes, so our budget,
No, I'm speaking and you have 1 minute left, heads up. I was going to be fine with supporting you because I think you do appreciate these events and learn a lot, and that's something that adds value to your experience. What I wasn't prepared for is for you to come and just rail against the rest of us like we're all doing something wrong, when you could have just made the case for yourself as to why to go. But instead, you put down all of us. Why? The rest of us do things that are free or other opportunities. I've been involved in NLC initiatives and meet with a cohort of 5 other cities. But why did you do that? It was
Well,
really
to respond to
not
that,
productive.
it wasn't meant
You have 1
to,
minute, go.
well, this is the response to your accusation. It was not to put people down. This budget that we had prior to COVID was the budget that council has had for years and years and years. This council here voted to keep that budget so small, it not allows people to travel. I can't go lobby up in the cities for important legislation because it takes out of my budget. I can't afford to drive up there and lobby. I
that's
can't,
not
it does
true.
take out of the training budget.
It
I
doesn't.
cannot, when you talk to amazing council members, I just please call up Sandra Means or Bilderback or, please call people up and hear what they have to say.
You know what?
But when
They're
I
not
want,
on council, we are, and we're making the policy.
but
So
they have
that's
gone
where
every
we're
year
at.
and they know the benefit of it. And
We
you
don't
have not even gone to one, Mr. President
Point of
Carlson.
order,
I just would like to say,
point of order.
what I-
Patrick.
Generating into an argument.
well, this is
Word.
passionate for me. It is.
You're done.
Point of order.
Administrator Zelms, go ahead.
I just have to, I have one more point.
All right, move on. Administrator Zelms, go ahead.
I just want to make sure that Councilmember Kirkpatrick was just doing a point of order that didn't want to speak.
I said word to
Okay.
Bransford because he took it off. He took it away.
I just think it's important to clarify information. Your council budget as of the 2024 approved budget is back to pre-pandemic levels. There used to be a combined mayor and council budget that was separated and reduced before the pandemic because that budget used to be very large and it grew over time. And the city council has continued to put its travel policies in place over time, prior city councils and the city council. But there is a training and travel budget. It was approved by resolution that if someone was potentially going to go over budget, that this body that establishes the budget would need to make that determination. So it's not left to staff, and I appreciate that. And that's the reason that it's on here with a recommendation.
So my,
No, your time is up, and I will just say that we we make decisions for different reasons.
I'll save
No,
it for
your
other
time
business.
is up. Various reasons. You don't get to decide for us. And there are many conferences and meetings I go to that you don't go to. So I don't know why it's helpful to point out that I'm not going to certain meetings. That's not up to you to decide. Councilmember Wall.
I came inclined tonight to support the request because my introduction to this was December 12th when it was discussed, and it was talked about that perhaps if people went over their $3,500, you could appeal to the council for what is left over in the budget. That charity on my part has dissipated, and in large part, Councilperson Dennis, because of what President Carlson has said, I feel a little shame sitting here as the new person. I think that I've tried to be responsible in learning, privileged, sent by this group to an orientation in Mankato, I think it was, and then to Duluth to the League of Minnesota Cities. And I'm on a committee that I have a chance to go and speak with people in St. Paul in person. Next week, I'm in 5 webinars for $30. I'd like to think that I'm trying to be responsible, and it feels bad to me, Molly, when somehow because I choose not to go maybe to the national conference, that somehow I'm a lesser council person. It's just the way it feels.
point of order, point of order, point of order,
Time left.
point, I get a
time is
point
up.
of order.
Moving on.
Clerk Kiesler,
Nope. let's
Point of
go
order?
ahead And vote.
point of order
Nope.
succeeds.
Councilmember Dennis, your time is out.
Please don't silence me. I made a point of order
Out for the
because if
rules.
there is an attack on character,
All right.
I believe I have the right to respond.
You do not. There is not an attack on character. Clerk Geisler, would you like to respond?
I will respond by saying that the general process for point of order is to go to you, the council president, to make a ruling. And if somebody else up there does not agree with that ruling, they're welcome to challenge it by making a motion, which needs a second, and then there can be a vote. Otherwise, your decision would stand.
So you can make a motion to overrule my ruling, and if there's a second, we can discuss.
Okay, I would like to make a motion to override your ruling.
Yes, she can make a motion even if she's used her 8 minutes.
Correct, to override your decision on the point of
Yeah.
order.
Thank you. All right, is there a second? All right, let's go ahead and vote then. I'm so disappointed because I was gonna support you in going and now.
Then you were not going to support me. No, no. If you were supporting the cause,
Please stop. Point of order, please stop.
All the votes.
All right.
Thank you.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay.
nay.
I didn't vote. So the motion was to deny.
Yes.
My vote is,
Actually, no, there was no second. Excuse me. Thank you.
there wasn't a second for her motion to overrule. Yes, sorry. Okay.
Thank you.
So, was the only affirmative vote for, or the only negative vote from Councilmember Dennis? Okay, so motion carries 6-1.
Did you vote?
I'm voting
And
now.
I voted for future council members, not myself. Thank you.
Moving on.
Yep, moving on to item F8, which was pulled by Councilmember Dennis. It's the delegate for the National League of Cities City Summit.
So probably a moot point if council members aren't allowed to go to the conference. But I went to the National League of Cities Conference in Kansas City, talked to amazing representatives from all across Minnesota, learned phenomenal information that I have record of. And one of the things was that if someone's not there to vote, someone else gets the vote. Mayor Norton left early and during that conference, and Rochester never got to vote on that legislation because I wasn't able to vote. And I was right there during the end meeting. And that wasn't right that we didn't go on the record as our city because the mayor left early and we didn't have another person. So I don't think we should have an official person because whoever goes to these conferences, who are leaders from our city, should have the ability to be the delegate and vote. It can default perhaps to the mayor, but I don't think it should have an official delegate. And I also want to say the information that I brought back from Kansas City, I believe is causing all of this. The accountability, when you find out that your city is not doing things it should be doing and you bring it back, that is the job of me as a council member. Potential misuse of public funds, Transparency Act
Point of order,
violations,
that is
abuse of
totally
power.
inaccurate information. It has been shared multiple times. We do not
It's
have
not interactive.
access to frequent
You were
flyer files
investigated
as a
for abuse of
city.
power,
No.
Ms. Elms.
No.
Yes, she was looked into by
We
an
need a-
investigative reporter. What I'm saying is I brought back things and I think that's why I'm being told not to be able to go to these conferences because there will not be any accountability or checks or balances if people, I mean, if we just have people not attending these. So
Point of order, we're 2 minutes into, is there a motion on the floor that we need? or-
Well, I motion to deny this.
Okay. All right, motion to deny.
Is there a second?
Based on that, I'll move approving the requested action of appointing Mayor Norton as the City of Rochester voting delegate.
Second.
Any
Nothing
comments,
more to
Mr.
add.
Keen? Thank you. All right, so all in favor?
Aye.
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 Nay.
Okay, we have 6 ayes, 5 ayes, 1 nay. Okay, bear with me here, shifting gears. We are moving on to agenda item
It's F14.
14. Thank you. I need to go back to my piece of paper from the beginning. F14, which is now H3. Trying, thank you. F14, what do we got here? Let me see if I can see this here. F14, construction management services for relocation of parks and forestry operations to the Public Works and Transit Operations Center, pulled by CM Dennis. Would you like to go ahead and speak on this, Councilmember Dennis?
Well, I have just a theme of accountability going on here. So my pulled it for accountability purposes that I am a huge fan that this building, we took a tour, we need the building. I called up a park board member. They had not gone over this. Has not been run by the park board, reviewed by peers. And to spend $35 million, and we just voted down a couple thousand, right, for training. I mean, there is, things where we could, and I'm not saying necessarily this, but you can look from everything from subsidies on golf to, you can look at all sorts of things. You can shave off a few thousand here or there, but this $35 million on the consent agenda item. That means it's something that we just are supposed to be like, look, looks good, approve. I pulled this because I feel it needs more discussion, more transparency, because I mean, it's not 35 all of city money. It was 21 million. I have to go back and look, but I would like the Parks Department to talk a little bit why it's that much and why was there, competitive bidding? Was there things to bring that price down? Because, if you save $1 million here and $1 million there, you can fund a sustainability coordinator with that kind of money. So I think this would be something that I need to know before I could approve this, is why it's so much, why it was put on the consent agenda item. And then I know the need. I'm not going to deny the need. We need to have this for our Parks Department. But it
So,
Oh,
so just a point of order, the question is to, Mr. Ramsey's here. Can do you address that and then we'll have a motion?
If I could just start off, if that's okay. The actual action on item H3 now is authorizing the solicitation of responses to a request for proposal for design services. So this isn't spending the 35 million, it's getting bids to be able to fully design the facility. We have conceptual dollar amounts right now that we work with the legislature on, and also authorizing the solicitation of a response to a requests for qualifications for construction manager at risk. So this is authorizing the process for purchasing so that we could get the design services and a construction manager at risk on board. I'd be happy if Mr. Ramsey would like to answer other questions, and he's been working with the Parks Department, Public Works Department, and Transit Operations Center folks. Would be the best person to answer the detailed question.
Council President, Mayor, council members, we did a preliminary study. We did programming, worked with parks, and we did some massing diagrams. And so we got to a point where we had some idea what the project would be. And what this is proposing, as Allison mentioned, would be to get the RFP put together to get design services. And then we could go out and design and bid it. We're planning to go to 4 different firms for this. And then the CM at risk is to get they're both professional services. So we'd want to get a CM at risk firm on board to help us with budgeting, value engineering, constructability, those sort of things.
Thank you. So is there a motion?
Mr. Palmer.
I'll make a motion. Authorize the solicitation of the responses to the request. F14, 1 and 2 is what I'm going to move.
I'll second.
Anything further to add? All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, same sign, nay. Anyone? Councilmember Dennis, did you vote?
Yeah, I voted aye.
Okay, thank you. That's 6 ayes, 0 nays. Thank you. Moving on to H4, which is F18. Thank you so much. H4, H5, F28, H4, F18, please, which is property purchase for the relocation of parks and forestry operations to the Public Works and Transit Operations Center campus. Again, this was pulled by Councilmember Dennis.
So thank you. I pulled it because I went along with the F14, the incredible amount of money, $35 million. So I pulled it because I didn't want to have that this item fail and then have, not have pulled the other items. So I have nothing to say other than I will move to approve.
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Oh, anything to add, Ms. Dennis? Okay, thank you. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any nay? No, approved 6-0. Moving on to H5, which was F28 of the consent agenda. F28 is the new walk-on item that we were made aware of earlier today. This is the approval of a settlement agreement with MetroNet. And Ms. Dennis, I believe you pulled this one as well.
I pulled it similar to why Councilmember Keen pulled it, I imagine, but I pulled it because it was a walk-on. So when we get our council packets last week, we definitely have not a lot of time to study that 900 pages, 1,000 pages, 1,600 pages, whatever our council packet is. But when something is given to us the day of a council meeting saying, oh, just throws us back. This is where residents feel this rubber stamping is happening, where we're busy making last minute questions, doing a lot of prep for the council meeting, not enough time to really dive into this. So I pulled it simply because I don't like the idea of being ambushed, as you may have known back in March, but being ambushed and by things that are not brought up ahead of time. So I would like to just hear a little bit more staff why this is there. I have nothing, I'm not for or against it. I just have not had time to research it.
Thank you, Ms. Dennis, and my apologies to my colleagues. I am working off of a Word document that Council President Carlson left with me, and it did not have Mr. Keen as pulling the item.
So I also pulled it, but I'll start
Yes,
before
so please, yes.
before I make comments, I'll
And
just,
then we'll go to Mr. Wall.
I'll move to approve.
Second.
Okay, I wanted to pull it just to make sure the public knew it was a walk-on. This is a approval of a settlement request with MetroNet. If anyone wants more of the details, we had a study session on September 11th where we went through a lot of the details of this and talked about both the positives and negatives with this. That's where the details are, and I'm supportive of the work that's happened by our legal department to get us to the point of this settlement. So I'll be supporting it tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Wall.
I would simply repeat what Councilmember Keen said, that we actually spent probably a half hour on this item alone just a month ago. So none of this is new to us.
Right.
Anyone else? Mr. Palmer?
So what you're basically saying is that it wasn't an ambush tonight. Thank you.
It was not. It's just when it's a walk-on, there's the optics may look that way, and that's why I wanted to make sure we discussed it.
Thank you for bringing this to the public by pulling it, Council Members Dennis and Keen. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Nay? I didn't vote aye. 6-0 vote ayes. Okay, all right, moving on. Give me a minute here, please. Thank you so much.
J1, the first readings.
Ordinance first reading.
I got it. Thanks, guys. We have no council initiated actions this evening, which are typically our I items on our consent agenda. So we're moving on to J with our city attorney, Mr. Spindler Craig, for ordinance first readings.
Thank you, Acting President. You can hear me okay?
No, you're a little quiet, so give us a minute, please, to fix that.
I will, I'll try to speak up. Is that okay?
Not really.
I don't know if you have any controls on that end. I'm up as high as I can go.
Oh,
There you go.
we've got it here in the chambers now. Please go ahead, Mr. Spindler Craig. Thank you.
Thank you kindly. There is one first reading, item J1, an ordinance annexing to the city of Rochester approximately 5.13 acres located at southwest corner of 65th Street Northwest and 37th Avenue Northwest. Moving on to the second readings, there are two second readings. Item K1, an ordinance amending various sections and tables as outlined in text amendment number CD 2023-001 TA of the Unified Development Code.
Move approval?
Second.
Nothing to add.
Okay, all in favor of the second reading, say aye. Aye. Nays? No, K2 second readings were approved 6-0. Moving on in our agenda to L table items there.
Madam
President
President.
Kirkpatrick? That was-
There's a second
Thank
item for
you.
a second reading.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the clarification and the correction. K2, let's take it away. Thank you.
President Kirkpatrick, I voted aye. I'm sorry if I wasn't very vocal, so on the last one. Just
I
for
think I
clarification.
counted us as 6-0. Yes,
Okay,
thank
well, I
you,
just wanted to say I
Councilmember
didn't
Dennis. Thank you.
vocal.
So please go ahead, Mr. Spindler Craig, with K2, the second readings.
Thank you, Madam President. Item K2, an ordinance rezoning approximately 97.93 acres of land from R1 mixed single family and R2 single family small lot to LI light industrial and amending ordinance number 4478, known as the Unified Development Code of the City of Rochester, Minnesota.
I'll move approval.
Second.
Anything to add? Thank you. All in favor, say aye, please.
Aye.
Aye. And nay? No, again, 6-0 on K2. Clerk Geisler, thank you so much. Now, we are moving on to 11, which we're really not moving on to because there are no tabled items in the agenda this evening. So that takes us to M, other business. I understand that Councilmember Dennis has other business this evening. Does anyone else have other business? I need a clarification, please. I had other business, but am I, in this position, am I allowed to have other business?
Yes.
Great. Thank you so much. Then I'd like to add mine as well. Thank you so much. Ms. Dennis.
Okay, all right, thank you. So I'm imagining I know what your other business is, Councilmember, President Kirkpatrick. So I will not touch on that issue with my other business until, but I wanted to just bring up a couple things. The last, I know this has been mentioned before, these packing of agendas and the council meeting, the study session, those were phenomenal speakers. We had school board superintendent, we had, the administrator for the county, and Mr. Beal. And when we have that many important subjects packed into an hour and a half study session, I don't think it gives justice to each one of them. Could have been an hour and a half, and it cuts off questionings. It sacrifices the last person who gets less time. So I would just like to bring up in the future, I would really like to have important issues given enough time to, I believe good government is thorough government, not always rushing through things. I also wanted to, I had, some investing in people. So I'm looking at this. I am saddened by the vote about the training, but I will find a way to fund my own way to go, because I feel it's very important to residents in the city to have me attend. So I will find a way on my limited income to fund the rest of the ticket that my council colleagues would denied. Because it's so important. One other thing too about sometimes repeating oneself, another little DEI, diversity, equity, inclusion thought is people who have hidden disabilities, and I've been very open with my neurodivergency, can come across as blunt and very direct, impulsive, all this, if you look up the characteristics of ADHD. And I'm bringing this up because it's important that when someone communicates differently, and we've had trainings, literally expensive consultants come in and talk to us about communication on council. Love to see all that training expense that is not necessarily being taken to heart. I know it's not an excuse to be blunt and direct, but it is an explanation, and everyone communicates differently when they get passionate and about something that they feel so strongly about doing what's best for the residents in our city. So I just want to say I do apologize if it appears that I am blunt. But I do talk to with my hands, so people are terrified of me when I talk often. But I think we need to have diversity, equity. We need to have more training not just, diversity is not just what we think of. There's hidden disabilities and of course different ways of processing. So I just wanted to bring that up. So by criticizing people for how they communicate is, I believe, is something that should be done in private instead of ridiculed and ostracized in public. But then my last comment is what I experienced this weekend. I mentioned this earlier, sitting on the grounds out here at the warming center, talking to individuals who are homeless, and their stories were just heart-wrenching, paying for their child's tuition, not being able to afford these high costs of living here in the city. So many just very heartbreaking stories. One gentleman said he talked about, and I'm not going to quote exactly what he said, but there's rulers in the past who would go out and would just really experience life, and they would know what it's like, and they could be better leaders. And he asked me to give a challenge to all the council members. He said he couldn't be here because he has to wait in line, so he gets a bed. He couldn't come and speak at open comment, but he challenges every council member, and I also imagine county commissioners and other elected officials to experience a night in the warming center, to go wait in line at 6 o'clock or 5 o'clock for hours in the cold in December and get a bed and hear how horrendous it is to try to get a good night's sleep and see how we can function well the next morning. And so I told him I would take him up on that offer, that challenge. Because I mean, we like challenges, right? We have the mayor's challenges. We have all these challenges. So I would like to take that challenge and really experience what it is like to have that in our lives. So I wanted to pass on from that citizen of our city a challenge to every one of you as well to do that sometime in the near future. And those are mine. And I know Councilmember Kirkpatrick has something about the amazing people who came to speak tonight, which I want to say thank you for all. I couldn't even find a parking spot. I parked way over by the warming center why I was a couple minutes late because, well, obviously the study session went long and, having run back and be a caregiver and come back, but it was, the place was packed and there was no parking. And I love that, to see all the people here and speaking so passionately about the one world we have and being an advocate for a better tomorrow. So I'll let Councilmember Kirkpatrick, who I believe has something more prepared, and then chime in later after that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Dennis. I want to say thank you to everyone who showed up tonight and basically back the deck with comments for sustainability and resiliency. I often refer to myself as an environmental radical. I call myself the Lorax on the council. I speak for the trees, and I think you're aware of my efforts towards sustainability with food security and urban agriculture. I very much appreciated City Administrator Zelms's explanation, clarification, sort of a line item of what we are doing to preserve our environment, to conserve our natural resources, to go forward sustainably with the 55 million that we invest in our community currently. However, that 55 million to me and the potential for accessing IRA funds are mutually exclusive. They can both happen at the same time. So although what we're doing is really great, I still recall standing out here on this corner a little over a year and a half ago in January of 2022, bringing forward a climate emergency plan that was not signed by this city. Instead, the document was changed, it was shortened, and then our city signed it. And it really upset me. It still upsets me. And I want to see more of a dedication, more sustainability. We had a great example of how our city's going to grow with components of sustainability and resiliency from the Mayo Clinic. Now, granted, They have far more money in their pockets than our city does. And for us to access these extra funds may require an increased tax levy. But our future climate is the responsibility of all of us. No one is exempt from the work that we do every day, from the consumption that we have every day, from how we choose to live our lives to be a little lighter on the grid or a little heavier on the grid. And I guess what I'd like to see is that we possibly request of city administration help for Lauren Jensen. She is doing a great job, but she does not have the capacity to do everything on her own. And I understand, Ms. Steinhauser, that the city is looking for someone to replace Kevin Bright's position, and that's great. However, we've got a really finite timeline with the IRA funds that are here. So I guess I'd just like to see a show of hands from my colleagues or hear some other comments about whether we'd like to see staff maybe engage in doing this a little bit deeper to bring a better future environmentally to what Rochester is growing into. I also want to comment that past Mayor Brady was here this evening, and he's the one that kind of started this 2030 initiative, and I didn't get a chance to say thank you for that. So we're building on something that he started. I know that Mayor Norton is very, very pro-environment and leverages her skill set and her position with the city to do what she can to bring things forward for us. But I'm wondering if it is possible to actually do more. Mr. Keen?
Yeah, I want to acknowledge first off that we're down to 5 members because we're running late, and it makes it harder to make these sort of like how to direct staff. I mean, I too heard a lot of messaging here, and I think some of it was trying to be coordinated. And in some cases, I think it was like more pushed down to say more money on this or help with that. They wanted to have something specific. I think in general, what they're saying is they want their city to, because of the opportunities in front of us, to do something more. But I want to be careful that I don't think we want to be like seconding like other outside groups that say you should add someone to this staff, or you should, this person's job is too hard. I think those are poor ways for us to try to set policy here. I think it is reasonable when you talk about the opportunities with the IRAs that are out there, and things that I was learning in these separate meetings about this idea of how you can help connect individuals in the city to some of these opportunities. A lot of the things I was hearing about, I actually don't think are as simple as the way they're being portrayed to me. Someone made a really interesting comment early on, a retired Dr. Paula Crago, saying, and when you do this, come up with some success metrics. And that's something that we're not going to do with this idea of like add $60,000 to the budget or get someone to help Lauren. I would rather do it more. I would rather do it something. I think I heard an idea and it came to me, and again, I don't want to call out Councilmember Bransford, but I think it was this idea of like, can we take contingency funds with this opportunity and find a way to basically direct the staff to come back with a plan that said, what would we do? And we could either box it here or say like $120,000 out of our 2023 contingency to improve our reach in our community for IRA funding. And I mean, is that what you're sort of saying, or are we just saying like, no, we just want to do more? Because I'm uncomfortable with that. I want to have some sort of direction to give to staff, but then I want them to come back with something. That's what I'd like to see going forward. I think that might seem plotting to somebody who wants like do something tonight, but I think that is more reasonable. And I think there is this opportunity with IRA. I don't think we're talking about, taking a department and making it for people like someone told us they did in St. Louis Park. I don't want to find myself doing things like that. I don't know how they sort all their work. I don't know what their utilities are doing. There's so much work we could count towards sustainability that we're doing, and I just don't want to get into that game.
So you asked me a question. Do you want me to answer that now, or should we
Well,
go on to the mayor
I
first? and
hope
then
I
to
didn't answer. I
Branford
was
first?
portraying to the community here,
Yes,
to
yes.
us all. And again, I don't.
Yes, so just to briefly answer your question, whether it was pointed at to me or to the community, yeah, that's what I'm saying is what your idea just was could be very beneficial. You know, maybe we could implement a quick task force from community members that are willing to dive into this, some knowledgeable community members that have been on past commissions or boards or, you know, anything like that. But that's, yeah, where you're going with this is
Okay.
where I was headed. So I've got the mayor in line, I've got Bransford, but should we do Ms. Steinhauser now? Okay, please, Ms. Steinhauser.
Sure, thank you. Susan, Acting Council President Kirkpatrick. Thank you. Mayor, members of the council, just a point of clarification and then just some information. I would just remind everybody that Kevin Bright is a former DMC employee. So DMC has posted for that position. I think it closes in a couple weeks. So that hiring process is beginning. That is not a city position to fill. That is a DMC position. But I would anticipate, as we've been partners in that journey around sustainability, they've been a very active partner with the city that will be involved in that hiring process in some way. To your question, I think what I heard tonight, I also appreciate the feedback and the people that spoke up tonight. I think they gave some really great clarity around what the ask was. What I heard is the pressing need around how do we help people, link people to this opportunity of IRA funding. Next year is going to be a big year because that's when the roll up that for low income persons will really benefit from, right? And we need to wait for the state regs on that, you know, to provide direction. But that, how do we align that with your strategic priority of affordable living? I think that's, you know, where I think is the sweet spot for what I heard tonight and your alignment of your policy. And so we can absolutely put some ideas together and bring it back forward, whether it's contingency funding, whether it's substitution funding, whether we look at some of the energy efficiency block grant money. Like I feel like with the conversation that happened this evening that we can bring something forward. To your comment about a task force, I would say that we spent 2 years on a task force. They developed a plan that plan includes 34 strategies and 107 tactics. It's meant to be roughly a 10 to 15-year plan. Internally, we have broken it down to what's short-term, mid-term, and long-term. And, you know, I would not want to just abandon that 2-year effort that encompassed nearly 40 residents from this community who participated in that. That does include, you know, metrics in it as well as our existing metrics around reduction goals, benchmarking, et cetera, which we do on an annual basis. So all that is to say, I think that with just a little bit of clarification on what the area of focus needs to be, which I'm hearing is focus on IRA funding. We have a really great strategy and approach to pursuing grant funding. That is a team approach. It doesn't just involve Ms. Jensen, who is a great member of that team, but we've got lots of really great members of that team. So what I'm hearing tonight is really about how do we capitalize on this IRA opportunity. And I would say the information that Administrator Zelms presented is just the starting point of our quantifying sustainability in the organization. That's what we were able to put together over the course of a couple of days, knowing that this was likely going to be brought to you this evening. So we'll continue to refine that and bring that forward to share with you really how much the organization is doing, whether it sits in with one person or sits across departments, which our model is it sits across departments. We will continue to provide that update to you as well. So anyway, back to the original ask, we can come back with a recommendation shortly around how to capitalize on the IRA funding.
Thank you. So let's just briefly discuss maybe when that would be, but
I want to be careful that so far there's been 2 of us who spoke in favor of it.
Yep.
I'd like to hear from my
Yep,
peers.
Yep, and that's why I'm saying I want to discuss further. I've got Mayor Norton next and then Bransford, but to just touch on what you've said, Ms. Steinhauser, thank you for the correction. Yes, Kevin Bright was a DMC, but also EDA hire, and we're the EDA, yes. But so is Ms. Jensen, correct? She's half city, half DMC EDA,
No,
is she not?
No, there's a memorandum, just for clarification, the city and DMC have a memorandum of understanding where it's a
Okay.
cost share model.
Okay,
We pay percentage of their position, they pay percentage of Lauren's position, and we reconcile at the end of the year. That model goes away in 24, and she's 100% funded by the city general levy.
got it. Okay,
No
thank you so much.
grant funding.
Got it. Thank you for that clarification. All right, Mayor Norton, please.
Just a couple things. I appreciated all the comments this evening. I appreciate the renewed interest in energy, environment, sustainability, and climate change that I've been seeing from members of the city council. Some of you weren't here then, but before the pandemic, I actually did an announcement with the support of staff to start a sustainability and resiliency movement. And about a month later, the pandemic hit. And I tried sustaining it for a little while until my son called and said, people aren't paying attention anymore. They're trying to survive, Mom. Set it aside for now. And so I had to do that. But I also want to mention a couple just quick things. We have some of our plans we're going to do KPIs on and get data on, and I think that's great. So we are measuring some of the work that we did. One of the things that wasn't mentioned earlier by some of the comments is we had 2 additional interns from Germany that lived in my house for 6 months each that also worked with this community. And we have the possibility of adding interns again. We've had 2. We could add another one at some point if we wanted. And we took great advantage of the talent of University of Munster employees who helped us actually put together a number of initiatives that we've moved forward with now. They did the groundwork for what we've done. Also, the task force was mentioned. We have a Sustainability Resiliency Committee. We have a task force. And I don't want people to leave this meeting thinking that things aren't being done. They are being done in this community. Those 107 ideas are being discussed by the community. And Lauren has actually already started doing some work in the community because a lot of the IRA funds aren't things the city can get. They're things community members can get. And she's actually doing classes on at community ed and throughout the community. And I'm hoping our task force members will join her in encouraging and informing the community how they can take advantage of IRA funds. It's not just this, it's not just grants for the city, it's that, and it's a lot more. It's stuff that people talk about. We want solar panels. It's stuff that'll pay for solar panels to be on people's homes, but they need to know about it. That's just information, and that can be done by the Sustainability and Resiliency Task Force and all these wonderful people that were here tonight that want to spread the word. Sierra Club and Isaiah, they can help let the community know that there's funds out there and how to apply for them. That doesn't necessarily have to have a staff member to do it. And the last thing I wanted to mention is, the city of Rochester chose to buy with some savings on energy savings. We chose to buy an additional staff member for our facilities department with money that is savings because we've implemented things in our facilities. So we have staff members. They're working specifically in an area, the facilities area, to create more sustainable and resilient committees. So does that show up when someone goes out and says, how many sustainability and resiliency people do we have in the city of Rochester? No, because as staff mentioned, many of those people are embedded. I'm saying all this and at the same time saying, if you guys want to add one of your strategic goals, climate change, energy, environment, it's what I had hoped would happen last year. I was gone the day that they were adopted, and I wasn't there to make my case. I would love to have that added, which makes doing all the things people want of us easier to do moving ahead. So I just want to plant that seed as we move ahead for our next strategic plan. Put this in there. It's what I ran on, it's what I want to do, and it's what we need to do as a society. So that's my soapbox, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Bransford.
Well, since Mr. Keene threw me under the bus. So the genesis of the idea was simply meeting with the folks here in the room that were very eloquent in wanting to, help the environment and sustainability. So I was kind of spitballing policy, like, okay, we've capped the budget. What are other ways that we can affect what they think the city maybe isn't doing as well as, so for me, then I get an education from staff. What are we doing? How much? So for me, it's just kind of gathering information from both sides and just trying to figure out how we're not doing this. We're kind of connecting in the middle. So I don't particularly have a horse in the game. I'm just making suggestions that I think might work. But if staff is ready, if staff can come back with a recommendation, a strategic goal plan. The one thing I did say to these folks is make sure it's very laser beam focused. Right? If you're going to ask for something, be very, 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 very specific about the ask. And I think Ms. Steinhauser, you were saying it's for the IRA grants, and that seems pretty specific. And if we can help people get them, that's great. I'll stop rambling.
Thank you, Mr. Wall.
This is so focused on IRA. Will there be some kind of assessment so that we'll be able to say that Rochester's residents receive this much compared to Des Moines or Duluth or some other thing?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Wall. I would say there's a number of things, right? Yes, we could say in terms of how much dollars we were able to bring back to this community. But it goes beyond that. It's really about when we're helping people do energy reduction, how much are they able to, the kind of units, for example, they replace their furnace for electric heat pump, right? And so they make that shift from gas to electric. And so we've got reduction goals. Do they have energy saving goals that they're realizing? And I really want to emphasize that the whole idea around the sustainability plan was to recognize that sustainability is a triple bottom line. It's people, planet, profit, right? There's an environmental piece, there's an economic vibrancy piece, and there's a social equity piece. And so, my message to the team across the organization is that we cannot forego the other two buckets of sustainability just to embrace one completely, because social equity is just as important as environment and just as important as economic vibrancy. And so we would want the measures to be across all three of those buckets.
And so I would echo a lot of what has been said up here already. I would be excited about the staff coming back with possibilities within a responsible planning procedure, intersecting with all that we are already doing so that we might be able to better access IRA funds, whether that's reassigning team members or workloads or adding someone. What are the possibilities? Yeah. I really appreciate the passion of the people in the room, but if there were 25 people who came here and advocated that we pave our streets in gold, probably would not be a great idea, just because there's a lot of passionate people who show up on any one topic. So I think we need to be very responsible in our planning.
Thank you, Mr. Wall. Ms. Dennis, can you wrap us up with something brief, please?
Well, I will wrap it up with what I have to say. I agree with a lot of things about the importance. I do not agree with Councilmember Wall. I think on that issue about comparing streets to gold to the environment, but also the people are the reason. I view myself as kind of just an amplifier, and people who don't have a voice, especially those who are the vulnerable and marginalized, and I feel like that's my job as a council member, is to give them a seat, not be a vote, but be a voice for them. And there is no entity more vulnerable than the environment. The environment doesn't have a voice. They need advocates like we had packed in this room. And they talk about bold action and talk about time sensitivity. And this is the most important thing we can, I think, do as a city council. Is going to outlive us. We're all on this planet for, above ground for a few more decades, right? Fast forward just 50 years, not many of us are going to be sitting up here above ground. And so what's going to outlive us is things that we do right now. And we have one planet, and, I ran because I support kids. I support kids of all kids, and they need a voice and to have someone protecting their environment. So I think having experienced, I just want to say NLC has wonderful classes if any council member wants to go to NLC on sustainability, but also when you go and take classes here, which I have many classes for free. Lauren Jensen's class was great. I showed up and she was at her vehicle with boxes and boxes and boxes of these Minnesota Energy water spouts and stuff. And she was all by herself and she couldn't carry them in. And I was like, oh my goodness, I'm carrying them in too. And she is just an amazing person and then got there and the tech wasn't working and she's figuring it out. And we need 100 more Lauren Jensen's. But at the bare minimum, give her one more coworker that's focused, you want to use the word laser focused, on bringing back money and resources to our city. It's almost embarrassing that we have one person in this position. And if DMC hires people, that's wonderful. But the allegiance to someone who is an employee by the staff, they're going to bring back for the betterment of the residents. And I think that to give people who are struggling paycheck to paycheck and they can't research these IRA stuff and they're like, what's this all about? Is that a retirement? I mean, we need someone to spoon feed and say, hey, we found this grant. We're going to get this education to you, save people money, help the environment, win, win, win. I think we need to find this 120,000. There's a lot of, I can go into the wasteful things we could cut, but there's also the LGA. If you go back a few weeks, I talked at length about maybe using money from that fund, which can fund a coordinated position. There's different pots that won't necessarily impact property tax. I won't go into all that, but we need to do something. So I would like to, I don't know if there's a motion on the table, but I would like to make
we're not going to make a motion, but I appreciate all your feedback. Thank you. You've basically kind of said what the rest of us have
Well, I
said.
think
We
I
would
think
like
it needs to
staff
be
bring something
staff to
back.
bring it back.
Yep.
Time sensitive, like by November 6th, is that the next council meeting? Have it on the agenda on how we can make 150,000 appear for a
Okay,
position.
thank you. I don't know if we're going to assign a monetary
I think
amount to
I
it.
would like,
But I'd like to hear from Ms. Steinhauser or Ms. Zelms, what's a date you think you could bring this back to us by?
it's time sensitive, I think soon.
Councilmember, Council President, I think it's important. What I heard here, a majority of people saying is that they want to make sure that it's well thought out and that we have a good strategy so that it could be as impactful as possible. Some of the revenue sources that were mentioned actually are already programmed in your budget. The preliminary levy has been established. So we would need to be looking at, as Ms. Steinhauser mentioned, different sources and also understanding across the team, where is the best place to situate, what type of position, if it's a position, would be best to situate. So I wouldn't want to overcommit to November 6th and then underdeliver an actual result to the city council that would be meaningful. And we also would be closer to the end of the year to understand how much contingency is actually left, if that was a funding source. But I do think it's important and be grateful to Ms. Steinhauser to weigh in, that we are able to also look at our action plans, which do contain a significant amount of sustainability work across the 3 areas of your strategic plan, to make sure that we're bringing you something that aligns both with what we heard today, but also what we have heard over many different policy discussions of the city council, and determining also across the organization where might we best actually really attack this, because we do have a significant resource in Rochester Public Utilities that some of the other mentioned communities don't have, with a call center, with access to people's electric bills. They're out putting in the budget the advanced metering, which will really tell people a lot more information about how their energy is changing. So I think we would want to talk as a team to really understand where we might have the most value and bring you that. And with that, I would ask Ms. Steinhauser if she has an idea of time or even a time frame, or I guess I just wouldn't want to put us to a time frame that shortchanges the outcome.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate your input on that and your deep dive into how important it is to bring a realistic estimate to us, a proposal to us. So what do you think, Ms. Steinhauser? November 20th?
I would like to say before the end of the year, and here's why I would say that. You have a big event coming up in the local sales tax renewal. in November, right? And so the outcome of that, hopefully a positive outcome, because of the importance of the projects that are being recommended for renewal, could help us think about what other funding resources might be redeployed that are currently being spent. For example, we have CDBG money that's directed towards housing projects, right? And if we have an affordable,
Economic vitality.
thank you, economic vitality fund that passes, that might cause us to rethink how we have traditionally spent community development block grant dollars and use them towards some solutions around this challenge, because it's great that that money will be available, but if a homeowner doesn't have the match it's required to do the improvements, that brings a whole nother challenge, right? And if
Right.
you're a low-income homeowner, CDBG might be a source of funding. So that's just one example of saying, I really think we need through the end of the year to really think about potential funding sources, depending on how the election goes, depending on how we want to do an allocation of our EECBG. To Administrator Zelm's point of where does it sit, there's a couple of different ways in which that position could land because of the support that's provided through RPU, but also with other teammates. And so where does it make sense? Because we're working more collaboratively with RPU. So I would say by December that we would be able to bring something back that would make sense, because it'll be a bit more thought out. We can bring more teammates into this conversation.
Wonderful. I think that sounds great. We'd expect something to come back then before year's end on either the 4th or the 11th or the 18th. I think those are the last 3 meetings we have, yes?
4th or the 11th are the last 2 meetings you have.
4th or the
in
11th,
December.
and that 4th or the 11th works?
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you so much for your feedback. Thank you mostly to you all, though, for bringing this forward. I appreciate hearing the voices, and it's really cool to sit up here when we've got a stacked house. Power to the people. Anybody else? Thank you so much.
Should I move approval? I move for adjourn?
Adjourn. Thank you. We are adjourned.
Aye.
Take your say.